People, people, how are we doing on this beautiful Saturday? Unfortunately, well, fortunately for some people, I moved the time to 7:45 UK time because I originally put it at 4:30 and people were like, no, that's not going to work for me. So, like the wonderful member of society that I am, I changed it for you, incredible people. So, let me know, is this time going to work for you guys? Because if it is, then let's stick to it and let's stick to 7:45 p.m. Saturday. All good. Tuesday, 7:45. All good as well. First and foremost, let's get some housekeeping out of the way. Can you hit the like button? I know it's very early. I know we've been here for like a minute, but why not hit the like button to help the channel grow? Have to say that. Legally obliged. And also, how you guys doing? How you feeling? What have you been watching this week since we last spoke on Tuesday? Today, I watched Godzilla -1. I'm going to reserve comment on that. I've done a little review of that, so I'll do a little video on that very shortly. But how are we doing out of 10? How are we doing out of 10, people? I am doing a solid, let's go as high as an 8 today. How are you guys doing? And hello, Bootle Bad Boy. Hello, Gagnan. Hello, Vitaphone. Hello, Jay. Hello, Sagnik. By the way, this is Sagnik's fault that we're on at 7:45. Hello, NL. Where's Marcus? Here I am. Hope you're still around. White Noise. Hello. Hello. How are we doing, my X-Men and woman? How you doing? Today, we're going to be doing some wonderful things. As you know, we're going to be probably starting off with the last topic, which is which movies killed Hollywood. Because if you've seen my video this week on the 3 movies that I think killed Hollywood, then you're in a great position to tell me which movies you think killed Hollywood. So maybe start putting that in the chat and I can give you some feedback on those. I'll also tell you why I think those 3 movies killed Hollywood as well. On top of that, we're going to do a tier list very shortly, maybe the next 10, 15 minutes. We're going to start our tier list. Now, the question in the poll right now, it's pinned at the top, is should Game of Thrones be on this list? I've put it on the tier list. I'm still debating whether it should. Now, whilst I put it on the tier list, I wasn't debating it. I was thinking, you know what? Let's put it on there. Let's see where it lands on the tier list. Now I'm thinking you guys should have the final say. So I'm going to let you guys hit me up out with your thoughts on that. 10 out of 10, Jay. You're always 10 out of 10. I keep asking you, what's your secret? How are you so happy all the time? I'd love to know, because you even have, I didn't know you had kids. You have kids as well. How are you so happy all the time? It's just ridiculous. Who else have we got here? Who else? Come on, some marks out of 10 people. Hello, Recitas. How you doing? You couldn't make it the other day. The other day, by the way, guys, you were incredible. We got some incredible numbers in terms of the amount of people joining to watch. It was the best so far. And that's thanks to you guys, the regulars who are here every single stream. Even you, Recitas. I know you couldn't make it last time, but thank you so much, everyone who's here right now. Big love. Hello, Kenny, as well. Guys, before... I need to know, how are you doing out of 10? We can't move forwards without getting some answers to that question. That's a very important question. How are you doing out of 10? Kenny's on an 8. What are we doing? How many other people? Come on, guys. 7.5 Vitaphone. That's pretty high for you, Vitaphone. That's bloody high. I know you've been working today, so maybe you had a good day at work? I don't know. Gagnan, 6. What happened? Did you watch a bad movie? Is that what happened? Because you watch a lot of bad movies, so maybe that's what happened. 6, Recitas, talk to me. What's going on? You're normally higher than that. And White Noise, 8. Love it. Love it. Grateful to be here on planet Earth and grateful to be here in this stream. Guys, give me your marks out of 10. If you're just watching at home or wherever you are and you don't want to give your marks because you're just watching, enjoying the show, that's absolutely fine. 7 out of 10. The weather is pretty crap. It's pretty sunny here in London. Bootle Bad Boy. Are you actually in Liverpool? I know your name's Bootle Bad Boy, but I think I've just assumed that you're based in Liverpool. But maybe you're not based in Liverpool because you might have moved. So let me know. Ard, I can never say your name. I'm so sorry, but you're doing 11 out of 10. 11 out of 10. That is the biggest so far. That is some big boy energy. I love that. Why are you doing 11 out of 10? Talk to me. A little sad, something happened in my life. I'm trying to relax. Okay. Well, I'm not going to ask you to bring it up on the stream, obviously. That would be insensitive of me. all I'm going to say is I hope you get over that thing, and I hope that this stream and the people on the stream are kind to you, and everything sorts itself out as it normally does in life. Normally over time, over a course of a timeline, things sort themselves out. So just stick on in there. Rare Gaming, hello. I've started a new screenplay. Okay. Maybe at some point you want to write that. What I need from you actually is a tagline for your screenplay. Write that in here. I know it's in front of loads of people. You're worried that people may steal your tagline, but they won't. Trust me, they won't. Everyone here is loving and respectful. I had a day that made me a 5. Oh dear. Ramon. That cannot be Ramon. Come on. Everyone give Ramon some love. That cannot happen. Not a 5. No 5s in this chat. Bring him up. Bring him up. No, from Liverpool, based in... it's always shitting. The higher you go up... So, guys, if you're not from the UK, you won't know this, but the higher... I'm in London, which is towards the south of England. And obviously to our left, or on the to our right, to our left, but to our right on a map, you have France. And then just below that, you've got a little bit of France as well, Monaco, which is beautiful and hot. So we tend to get a lot of French and sometimes lower Monaco weather, but not really Monaco, more French. If you go up to Glasgow, which is in Scotland, then typically it's shitty fucking weather because they're so close to Iceland. It's unbelievable. They're touching Iceland, basically. You can see the Northern Lights from the top part of Scotland. So Scotland, lovely people. The weather is fantastically awful. So sorry to hear that, brutal bad boy. You should move back to Liverpool. Liverpool? Right. So if you've not seen my latest video talks about, by the way, guys, if you just joined the stream, do hit the like button. Do also subscribe to Jay and to Vitaphone, who are two of our top, well, you're all top dogs, but they really help out behind the scenes on the show as well. So if you could subscribe to those guys, that would be fantastic. Also, if you like Game of Thrones and think it should be on our tier list, well, maybe let me know. Let me know. Just write in the chat if you think it should be in the tier list, and I'll read them in a bit. But what I'm going to do now is talk about the 3 movies that I think killed movies. So if you've seen my recent video, it talks about those 3 movies in quite some detail. But let me just mention them on the stream so you guys can tell me which movies you think killed movies. Now, the first one is Top Gun, which came out in 1986, the Tom Cruise classic, which I don't particularly think that great, if I'm being honest with you. But it kind of started a precedence, which is hot ladies, hot guys, sun, action, really quotable dialogue, and really massive amounts of high-fiving. And that started a trend off in Hollywood, which continues even today. If you watch Fast and Furious and so forth, even like you can even take like the Avenger films, for example. It's all kind of hot, young guys, girls, high-fiving, fighting to save the day. That kind of started from Top Gun. So that tradition has gone on. And most films nowadays trying to follow that trajectory. And then the other film was Phantom Menace, which started off the whole fad of prequels, which kind of dominates Hollywood movies right now. If you look at most movies coming out this year, they're all prequels. Like, for example, Quiet Place. Just watch Furiosa. That's a prequel as well. There's more coming out this year as well. I think the latest Saw films are probably prequels or sequels. Who cares? The new Aliens film is going to be a prequel. So it kind of started off that trend. It worked. It was the most successful film in Hollywood, second most successful film in Hollywood ever at the time. And people seem to follow that. Even the shitty new show, Acolyte, is a prequel. It's like a prequel. And from what I've heard, episode 3, by the way, I've not seen 1 or 2. Don't want to see 1 or 2. But what I've heard about episode 3 is shambolic. But anyway, and the last film was Pulp Fiction, because it kind of started off this trend of new wave directors trying to be Tarantino. And that went on for a long time and kind of created this chasm for about 10 years where everyone was doing the same thing. Guy Ritchie, was that awful film, which is in my video, which I can't remember the name of. But there's so many films that came out. Go by, God, what's his name? The director of Swingers. There were so many films that kind of have that Pulp Fiction feel, quality to it. And that kind of created this creative lull for a while. Unfortunately, it was not. It's a great film. It's one of the best films ever made. But just because a film is one of the best films ever made doesn't mean it can't cause a problem in the industry. So, what do you guys think anyway? What do you think? What do you think are the worst films, or what films do you think created this issue that we currently have? And also, Game of Thrones, should it be on our tier list? And now Scotland is on my bucket list. Kevin Carter, hello, Kevin Carter, how you doing? As I've written in the community tab on YouTube, TV shows are hard because I need to get rid of this on my screen, because they have a tendency to be uneven, which is why we're going to narrow them down. This is going to be fun, guys. There's not that many TV shows on our tier list. Thank you very much, Gagnan and Vitaphone, for making writing down the names the other day. Thankfully, there's not too many, so we're not going to have a 3-hour stream this time. Probably will. Doug Lyman, thank you very much. This is why I love you guys. You're undefeated. This is why I love you guys. Godfather 2. Yeah, so in my video, I did say Godfather 2 was it's kind of a prequel. It's not really a prequel. It's got flashbacks, which is different to a prequel. I'm struggling, though, to think of prequels that were huge before that. Maybe The Exorcist? I don't know. I've not seen all the Exorcist films. Maybe you guys can help me out with that. But what movies do you think killed Hollywood? Even modern day movies. Do you think some modern day movies have killed Hollywood? Maybe think like the recent Star Wars films killed Hollywood. Maybe you think the Exorcist film killed Hollywood. What do you think? Hello, Cohen. And thank you very much, Cohen, for the amazing link that you sent over as well. Do appreciate that. Marvel films. Yes, I'd say so. I would say definitely 100% Marvel films killed Hollywood. But that doesn't mean they were bad. I think they were good from 2008 to about 2018, to 10 years. But they did create a formula which people have stuck to. But that formula kind of came about beforehand with Top Gun and to some degree Phantom Menace, less degree Phantom Menace though. JB, yes, Game of Thrones was one I'd sit down and watch with my mates when it aired. For sure. But do you think it's the best TV show ever? Jaws. Let me, where's that? So I've seen this from Cohen. I agree with Jaws selection by Vita. So I haven't seen your remark. There we go. Here it is. Found it. So Vita fan, I do agree with that. And I was going to put it in the video because it literally started off the blockbuster trend. But I feel like it wasn't as successful at kicking off the blockbuster trend as Top Gun was, if that makes sense. Because after Jaws, there literally wasn't anything else until Top Gun. And then after Top Gun, it kind of went from there. I know we had Indiana Jones, or I know we had things like Goonies and stuff, but they were like individual. Like Jaws had a very, very safe structure. But no one really copied it. All they did was try to make blockbuster movies without copying the structure of Jaws. Whereas Top Gun, people literally replicated it. I think someone on the comments wrote down that vampire movie from the 80s copied the same structure. I think it's directed by Catherine Bigelow. No, that's Near Dark. It's the other one directed by Joel Schumacher, which I've not seen. Got Keith Sutherland and so forth. So yeah, it kind of started that trend of following a formula, whereas Jaws didn't follow a form. No one followed the formula of Jaws, if that makes sense, which is why I didn't talk about it. But I do agree, it kind of kicked everything off from the beginning. E.T. was a blockbuster. It was, but it didn't follow the formula of Jaws. They were all Spielberg films as well. No one else successfully followed that structure that Jaws set off. Even Star Wars, before that was a blockbuster as well. But again, people tried to follow the structure of Star Wars, but they couldn't, and none of them were blockbusters. And it was kind of more of a moment after the original Star Wars films. We had these low-budget sci-fi movies and TV shows that were trying to follow the formula but didn't succeed, whereas Top Gun succeeded, and shows and films, well, mainly films, copied it and kept going. And even today, like I said, Fast and Furious follows that structure, whereas I couldn't really tell you if Jaws, can you name a film, maybe Alien is similar to Jaws in that sense, but apart from Alien, can you name a modern day film that's similar to Jaws? I can't. But anyway, what other comments we got here? Ramon, it's a great movie, don't get me wrong. I think I need to look at what you said before that. Sorry about that. Die Hard, there were dumb movies before, but that is the epitome. Anel, you can't just say that. I need more information. What do you mean? What do you mean? Why is Die Hard dumb? Talk to me. I know it's got Bruce Willis, and he's not dumb, by the way. I'm not having a go at Bruce Willis, especially not now. But although there was a period where everyone was having a go at Bruce Willis, and then they found out he was ill, and they were like, oh, poor Bruce. Yeah, we just spent 20 years having a go at Bruce Willis. But let me know. Because of my connection. Marcus, last week you briefly spoke about Vince Vaughn's best film, and I wanted to see it, but I'm not sure about its name. It's called Brawl in Cell Block 99, and that's definitely his best film. If you're looking for acting and like drama, that's his best film. Also, the same director made a film after that, which name I can't remember, and it's got Mel Gibson and Vince Vaughn, which is also a good film as well. That's also one of his better films. And then if you're looking for comedy, Swingers is like peak Vince Vaughn. Wedding Crashers. I think my favorite though is it Handball? It's not called Handball, is it? What's it called? It's got Ben Stiller, and it's hilarious. It's bloody hilarious. Great film. Slasher movies are similar to Jaws. They are, but then slasher movies were out before Jaws, if I'm correct. I think Halloween came out before Jaws, or probably I think the same year. And then we had things like Carrie, which came out the same year, I think. I think you guys need to fact check me on that. But I wouldn't say that Jaws kind of started that trend either, because there were horror movies before that. HBO Stranger Things killed Netflix. Whoa. Dragged Across Concrete, that's the one. Hello, Dune Sisterhood. That's a fantastic bloody name. Dune Sisterhood. What a name. Dodgeball, that's the one, not Handball. Not Handball. S. Craig Zala. Thank you, Larry Bird. Appreciate that. It's an ultimate bro movie, muscle, explosion, action, one-liners. Die Hard, yes. But before Die Hard, there was things like Commando and Rambo. So I wouldn't say it necessarily. It definitely started off a trend, but I don't think it started off with the trend of that. I think that was around before Die Hard. My choice is Born Supremacy for polarizing the say. Hello, Clay. First of all, second of all, totally Shaky Cam was awful. Was absolute. They've got rid of it now, but the recent film Monkey Man uses it a little bit, and it's a bit jarring at times. Was the follow-up Drag Across Concrete? That's the one. Receipts of Hollywood doesn't have any creativity to create anything new. Yeah, I don't know. I find it really strange, and I'm doing a video about this now. Now, I don't want to go into the Acolyte too much because I've not seen it and I don't want to see it. I'm not going to see it. And as I said, the next episode sounds like it's going to destroy Star Wars forever. But the press junkets where you've got people mentioning things that didn't happen, like Anakin blowing up the Death Star. And, one of the, I think Leslie Headland, is asked whether this is the gayest ever Star Wars show. And I'm just like, what is happening? Why are they even talking about these things in a press junket for a show that's about to come out? Surely you should talk about the show that you're in and talk about the narrative and why we should watch it and not talk about stuff that's external to the narrative. That to me is just wild. I'm just so unsure as to why these executives aren't sacking these people. Why have you not sacked these people for these absolute outrages or outbursts of nonsense? It's so confusing. I'm confused. I'm trying to think whether there's some sort of tax ploy going on here. Do they want these productions to fail so they can make their money back somehow in some convoluted way? Because it makes no sense to me that if I do have a company, and if one of my company members spoke out against my company in a way that was profligate and untrue and completely defamatory, I would sack that person or at least have a word with that person. I don't see any sort of accountability for any of the things these people are saying. It's really, really strange. And I don't understand it. I do not understand it. But I don't want to talk about Star Wars anyway. What is this beta phone? Oh, God, what are you saying now? Vitaphone, can you tell me, because I've lost a strand of what you're saying there. Maybe write the whole thing out and I'll put it on the screen and we can talk about that. Independence Day is definitely one of those films. It was stupid, blockbuster. It used a charismatic, young television actor and tried to propel them to the top of Hollywood, and it worked. And it was a disaster movie. And for a while there, and even now, disaster movies are still very much prominent in Hollywood, for sure. Star Wars died a long time ago, for sure. For sure it did. Star Wars is dead, fam. Star Wars is dead, fam. For sure it is. And Star Wars Jedi game story is actually better than, I agree with that. Not all of them, the ones I've played recently, I think it's not Fallen Order, maybe it's Fallen Order, is way better than the TV shows or the films. And that makes no sense to me. That makes zero sense to me, that a video game is better than a film. Well, it does nowadays, but it's mad. It's mad. If you say True Detective, it's all or none. True Detective is not on this list. So, guys, I'm going to bring up the tier list in a minute, and we're going to go through the films, the TV shows that are on there. If you think a TV show is not on there that should be on there, or is on there that shouldn't be on there, we can discuss that and go from there. But I can tell you right now, categorically, True Detective is not on this list, and it doesn't deserve to be, because we are not going to have True Detective with season 2 and season 3. I think there's been season 4 as well, which absolutely stink the place out, becoming one of the best TV shows of all time. Just not going to happen. You can have a really great season of TV, but not have a great series of TV, if that makes sense. Just Disney destroy all my life Star Wars. Just Recetas, what else did Disney destroy? Let me know. Marcus Fleming, you said that they keep saying things that are not true at these Disney presses. Leslie isn't the first woman to direct in the Star Wars. These young people think they can do the first. Yeah, I just came off watching a clip of her talking about, okay, so her exact words were, George Lucas doesn't hold the key to Star Wars. It's really crappy that people think that he should have the key to Star Wars, and everyone else's opinion should matter, and George Lucas's opinion shouldn't matter. That's what she said, almost verbatim. Not completely verbatim, but that's basically what she said. And that to me is just wild. That's a wild comment. That's insane. It's just mad. How can you get away with saying stuff like that? It's just sackable. That is sackable. You should be sacked on the spot. You should be sacked in the press junket. Someone should come onto the press junket as it's being recorded, hand them the P45 as we have in the UK, and you read it and you're like, oh, I've just been sacked. So I guess I'll just leave this press conference right now, because what are you talking about? How can George Lucas not hold? What are we talking about? Anyway, NL, that's what I'm saying. I respond to someone else who asked about TD. Right, guys. Okay, you know what? Let me get this tier list up so we can go through this. Let me get it, because this is what you guys have been waiting for. Let's do this. If you've just joined the stream, please hit the like button. I know it's annoying when I say it, but it has to be done. I've got a little poll on there as well. It says, did you hit the like button? Have you hit the like button? Please do hit the like button. Please subscribe to Vitaphone and Jay. I'll give you their links towards the end of the show, or maybe in a bit of time. But in the meantime, let's do this tier list, shall we? Right. So I will talk you through. There's 2 there. I can see the first 2 pictures are exactly the same, so we'll ignore that for a minute. So this is a tier list. We, on Tuesday, if you've just joined the stream from now, I spoke about what we did earlier on. What we did was, on Tuesday, we made a list of TV shows that were deemed the best TV shows of all time. Thankfully, Gagnan, Vitaphone helped me write them down. I got rid of a few of them. I didn't think they needed to be on there, and I've narrowed it down to this. If you think some things are missing, let me know. If you think some shows shouldn't be there, let me know as well. As you can probably tell, you guys are sending a lot of messages, so I may miss out on something, but if I do, just write it again. If I don't comment on it or whatever, write it again. But let me talk you through them. So the first one is Band of Brothers. The second one is Better Call Saul. The one after that is Breaking Bad, Chernobyl, Curb Your Enthusiasm. I think that is Dark, the Netflix show. Deadwood, Erie, Indiana. French, I actually put this one in myself. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Friends wasn't on the list. I put that in myself as well. Got is on there. which I think we should definitely debate straight away. Should we keep Game of Thrones on there? Justified, that's in there for my personal love of Justified. I don't think it should be on there personally, but hey. Lost wasn't on the list, I don't think, so I put it on there myself. MASH, which was Jay's choice, so I'm not taking the blame for that. Mindhunter, Mr. Robot, Seinfeld, which Jay despises. I don't know what this is. This is Shameless, which wasn't on the list, so Shameless is on there now. And I don't know what this show is over here, but I will in a second. Let me go over there to my thingy. Don't know what this is. And Simpsons. And then we have another show, which I need to find that name of. Star Trek, the original series. Succession. This is A-Team. This is The Leftovers. The Office, American version. The Pacific is on there. I don't think it should be on there, but if you guys disagree, let me know. The Shield wasn't on there. I've put The Shield on there as well. The original Twilight Zone. I don't know if you guys wanted the original or the 80s version. We have The Wire, which is a strong contender to be number one. Is Sopranos on there? I don't think Sopranos on there. The Wonder Years, Veep, and then we have Westworld. So I think Westworld should go, personally. That's what I think, because Vitaphone just made a really good point, which is, because True Detective is an anthology series, should it be on there anyway for season 1? I don't know if it should, and by that design, Westworld is not an anthology series, and it's terrible after season 1, so definitely shouldn't be there. But anyway, guys, I'm going to work out what this show is, because I cannot work it out for the life of me. I think, unless I'm very much mistaken, Sopranos is not on this list as well, which is a hot favorite to win. So we can't be having any of that business. But guys, from the ones I mentioned, which ones do you think should not be there? Let me know. Yes, Westworld sucked. Westworld is terrible. Twin Peaks. I didn't put it on there. All right, so let's do this then. Let's do this. Otherwise, I'm going to get absolutely destroyed here. Let me go down to the bottom. Okay, let me go from here. Twin Peaks. So let's start with Twin Peaks. Guys, do you think Twin Peaks should be on this list? Just need yeses or nos, please. I don't need don't need paragraphs for this one. I just need yeses or nos. I'm going to say the name of the show. If you think it should be on there, then I'll put it on there. But I don't know anything about Twin Peaks, so I'm going to need your help. Do you think Twin Peaks should be on there? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, it should. So I will put it on there right now. And also Sopranos. I need yeses, nos. I think this is pretty conclusive, isn't it? Yeses and nos, guys. Hit me up with your yeses and nos. But I think I know how this one is going to end. And then I think I'm on the fence with the Pacific. What do you think? I need yeses and nos for the Pacific. I've never seen it myself, so I'm not in a position to talk about it. So I need your guys' help on that one. The Pacific. Mad Men should also be on this list. I don't know why it's not there. I'll have to add it. There we go. There is Twin Peaks. Yes. So okay, I lost the strand of the conversation. So the Pacific. So we're thinking no for the Pacific because Band of Brothers on there. Okay, cool. So we will get rid of it. I don't think you can get rid of anything, but we won't put it on the list. Mad Men. Do we think Mad Men should be on there? I think absolutely myself, by being a little bit biased. But I think it's definitely one of the best TV shows ever made. But what are you guys thinking? NL. Oh yeah, Mad Men. One of my first thoughts was Mad Men. Anyone else on Mad Men? Sure. LMC. Sure. Haven't seen it. Bootle Bad Boy. Someone else. Yes, Mad Men. Okay, cool. We'll put Mad Men on there. I'm going to work out what that show was. I couldn't work out what it was. It was Sliders. Okay, that one show I couldn't work out is Sliders. If you've not seen Sliders, then I guess you won't be able to vote for it. But this other show over here, I don't know if you can see you can see my cursor. This other show over here is Silicon Valley. I put that one in myself. Do you guys think it should be in there? Silicon Valley. What do you think? What do you think? Silicon Valley. What's your thoughts on that? Sagnik. So I didn't put in Mindhunters because it didn't finish. And I've not put any show on here, I believe, that wasn't finished. I think. To double. Actually, Mindhunters is on this list. It is on the list. In fact, I missed a few. There's Mr. Robot and Mindhunters is here, but I don't think it should be on there because it didn't finish. So, yeah. Silicon Valley, no. Anyone else want to defend Silicon Valley? One of the greatest comedies of all time, in my humble opinion. Of course, comedy is very subjective. Most things are subjective, but yeah. TJ Miller is hilarious. He's hilarious. I mean, he says some really stupid stuff over the years, but he is a funny, funny guy. I love Mike Judge, but Silicon Valley. Ooh, Vitaphone. We need to talk about this. What are you? I thought it was brilliant from beginning to end. I thought it was just hilarious from beginning to end. I know we had the whole TJ Miller thing where he decided to leave, and that was really weird how they got rid of him. But for the most part, I thought it was just brilliant from start to finish. But hey, I don't remember much of it, but sure, why not keep Silicon Valley? Why not? Let's keep it. I want to keep it. Simpsons, SpongeBob are not compatible. The cartoons that don't instantly make them comparable. Ooh, another person against Silicon Valley. What's going on? Guys, come on. Silicon Valley? Are you okay? All right. Got some Silicon Valley haters in the house. All right, that's fine. All right, what am I missing? What else am I missing? So I'm missing Sopranos because, let's face it, that's going to be one of the potential goated ones. By the way, we can only have one goated winner, as always. So when we get down to that stage, it's going to be really tough. And I think that's what we're all waiting for. I don't want this to be predictable, though. I don't want to be Sopranos, The Wire, Sopranos, The Wire. Obviously, if they're the best of the best, but let's have like a nuanced conversation about it. I don't want it to be as predictable as I might just put it on now if we're going to do that. Right. So what am I missing? I'm missing Mad Men. And anything else, guys? True Detective season 1. Let me get some yeses and nos in the house. True Detective season. Oh my God. How did I miss out on this? So The Wire, so LMC, The Wire is in there, but you're right. Boardwalk Empire should definitely be on there. That's going to go on there right now, along with Mad Men. And also, are we going to put, so guys, yes and no's. Do you want True Detective season 1? I personally, for me, because of the poorness of season 2, season 3, season 4, I know it's an anthology, but it's the same brand. It's the same thing. I can't be having it on here. I simply can't. Honestly speaking, I don't think it should be in there. Community went downhill after like season 2. So no. Malcolm in the Middle, I've never seen it, but let's deal with True Detective first. Let's deal with True Detective first. What I'll do, Ramon, I will star what you just said, so I don't forget that. Okay, any other for True Detective? Any others for True Detective? We have one yes, we have one yes, we have one yes, and I think we've got someone. I think we've got way more than I needed, really. Unfortunately, I don't think it should be on there, but it's not down to me. It's down to you guys. This is a tier list for you guys. So what you guys want, you guys get, even though I thoroughly disagree with that opinion. Personally, I just think that the seasons that have subsequently followed it have been piss poor. Piss poor. Right. Are we missing anything else? I know someone said, what did they say? I think, Ramon, you said Malcolm in the Middle. I've not seen Malcolm in the Middle. Anyone think Malcolm in the Middle? Personally, I don't think so. But if anyone else thinks so, then please put it in the chat. I'm on the same boat. Yeah, so NL, thank you very much. I honestly think season 2... Oh, God, season 2. So, Kerwin, if you're still watching, that's got Vince Vaughn, and he's pretty good in season 2. Colin Farrell's okay in season 2. And wow, it's so not good. And it was so hyped up at the time because I was like, season 1 was pretty. I'm not a huge season 1 fan. Like, I know you guys are all probably huge season 1 fans. I thought season 1 was good. I think it was incredible. But then season 2 was terrible. And season 3 I didn't bother with. And season 4 with Jodie Foster has been awful, apparently. I've not seen it. Love this. Democracy. Only season 1. Yeah. The West Wing. There's so many here. Guys, no to Malcolm Middle. Okay, so Malcolm Middle's not going in. The shootout scene is brilliant, season 1, which was a one take, but it's really? Like, it's just one scene out of, 8 episodes, 10 episodes? It's good. Don't get me wrong, it's good. I think it's a bit overhyped. It's a little bit overhyped. Perform was fine, but miscast. Yeah, it was fine, but miscast, agreed. Every season is totally different. For your fan, totally get you. But unfortunately for me, it's the same thing, isn't it? It's True Detective. So even though it is anthologies and it is different stories and the characters are not linked and so forth, it is still the same world. It is still the same thing. It's like House of Dragons is different from Game of Thrones, but it's called House of Dragons, if you know what I mean. So I can judge them differently. Even though they're the same world, I can judge them differently. If True Detective season 2 was called Bad Detective season 1, then I can go, okay, True Detective was a great one-off series and bang, you're in there. But those last seasons have really tainted it for me. In the thick of it, it's brilliant. British TV show, hilarious. 24, yes. Paul. See, sometimes, guys, you say something, I'm like, yes. I don't even put it in the chat. I don't even discuss it. I'm like, that is the one. 24. Again, there was a lot of seasons here, so the quality did diminish after a while. But how many times did the legendary line, Chloe, come up? Chloe, put her on now. It was brilliant. Brilliant. My God, he's brilliant in that. Keith Sutherland's brilliant in that. All right, cool. Fargo, I'm not putting in Fargo. Not having it. Season 1 was good. Season 3 was good. Season 2 was okay. Season 4, not seen it, but it's just not good enough. Happy Valley, not heard of it. And I think anything else missing here apart from Sopranos, guys? Because I think we're ready to start. If nothing else is missing. Talk to me. What else is missing? And then what I'll do in a minute is I'll talk you guys through how I foresee this working. If you're new to our tier lists, then you probably don't know how it works. If you're old to our tier lists, then you know exactly how it works. And you won't need to listen to this part of the conversation. Right. So, Dexter season, the last 2 seasons were awful. And then it came back, which then that's it. Game over for me. After you do that, game over. Came back and was even worse. So you do not get a seat at the table when you do that. If you come back, you need to come back with fire. Fire. Oh no, I've got 2 Matthew McConaughey's. Oh God, I wanted to put Boardwalk Empire in there, but it's in there already. All right, guys. So Justified is already there. Marcus, I was making a case for Fargo. Season 4 been brilliant. Season 5 is the only misfire. I don't know. Season 2 is not good. It's okay. It's got Jesse Plemons. I think that's where he met his wife, Kirsten Dunst, because they were married in that show, and I think they got together, which is completely irrelevant to the tier list. But I wasn't on board with it. I tried so hard. I tried twice to watch it. I know it's not about my personal opinion, but honestly speaking, guys, we're doing the best of the best of the best. For me, every season needs to be cooking. We can't be here talking about season 2 being okay and season 1 being great, season 3 being okay, season 4 being great. Like, every season from start to finish needs to propel the story forward. I know that Fargo is an anthology again, but again, if I have to watch through another show, if I was to watch through another season called Fargo, which is basically the same branding as season 1, then I'm still watching Fargo. And if I'm not enjoying it, then unfortunately I'm clumping it all together, which is why I'm not a big fan of True Detective being in here. But hey, we will take it to the vote. Can anyone see Star Trek The Next Generation on this list? Because I know you guys loved a bit of that. I can only see Star Trek, the original season. So if anyone can't see that, let me know. Let me know if you can see it whilst I talk you through the rules. Oh, here we go. Season 3 was crap. I wouldn't know. Kin, I've heard of it, but I don't know what that is. Fargo hasn't had a bad season. Even the worst is still good. That's not true. Listen, so season 1 was a masterpiece. And Fargo is one of my favorite films. I love the Coen brothers. So I was so dubious about season 1. But it actually I actually think it's nearly as good as the film. Season 1, that is, with Martin Freeman and Billy Bob Thornton. Just so sadistic. That season is so brilliant from start to finish. Just so sadistic. Sadistic? Not sadistic. Sadistic. Season 2 was like, whatever. I can take it or leave it. Season 3 was Ewan McGregor, I believe, and it was good, but it wasn't as good as season 1. And in season 4, I didn't watch. I think that's the one with Chris Rock, and in the season 5 as well. I've not seen 4, not seen 5. They might be incredible. They might be amazing. But just for season 2 and season 3, which is not as good as season 1, it has to come down. It has to come down. And I can't put it on here. The shields on there already. Can anyone see? And hello, the speculationer. I think you had one of your infamous questions, and I completely missed it. And I apologize as well, because when you put a question in 2 streams ago, I said I'm going to answer the question. I didn't actually answer it. So I apologize for that. Speculationer, you had a question before, or maybe you said something. Can you say it again? Because I've lost the strand of it. And here we go. Here we go. Why is The Simpsons even on the list, even though it's never ended? Because people put it in there on Tuesday, unfortunately. I don't think it should be on the list. I think it hasn't been good for about 10 years, maybe longer than that. But we'll vote it out in in the chat. So, guys, this is how the Shogun, I think, is coming back for a sec. If Shogun wasn't coming back for season 2, 100% it would be on this list, but it's coming back for season 2, so it hasn't ended. And I know Simpsons hasn't ended as well, but that could be a slight miscast on my behalf. Right. So, guys, 2 things I need to know. Can you see Star Trek The Next Generation on this tier list? Let me get my head out of the way. Let me put it down here. It's not going to work over there, is it? There we go. Yeah. Can you guys see Star Trek season? Let me get it a bit bigger. Yeah. Can you guys see Star Trek The Next Generation on this list? If you can't, let me know. I need to know. And then additionally, this is how this is going to work. So we have a collection of what we deem to be, us collectively, by the way, not me, deem to be the best TV shows of all time. What we're going to do, we're going to start from the first show, which is Band of Brothers. In the poll, I'm going to put on the chat, I'm going to put a poll where you guys can vote for yes, no, whatever. And then you can also comment on that, on the film as well, on the show as well. And I will chime in. I'll give you a little bit of information on the show as well, just before we stick it on the tier list. So I think we should get started. If no one can see Star Trek Next Generation, let me know. If there's another show that I said that's not on here as well, let me know. We can always add it in afterwards, but I think we should go. Right, let's do this. Star Trek Deep Space Nine. I'll come back to Star Trek in a bit. Would Star Trek be affected in a positive, negative way if Skydance was bought by Paramount? Speculation now that is going in my starred, and I will come back to that. I promise this time I will definitely come back to that. Right. Band of Brothers, guys. What are we saying about Band of Brothers? Are we... First of all, thank you for clicking yes on have you hit the like button. Thank you very much for that, guys. I'm going to end that poll and start a new poll for Band of Brothers. And all I want is a yes or no. If it should be, should it be yes or no? No, it shouldn't be yes or no. Band of Brothers. Let's go for, I'm going to put it straight as we are going to, how should I do this? Well, first and foremost, let's go for good, bad. That's what we'll do. Good, bad. So guys, I want you to be very, very, very objective here. We're talking about the best TV shows of all time. The best TV shows of all time. We're not talking about, oh, I enjoyed season 1, season 2. I love this episode. I love that episode. Is Band of Brothers the best TV show of all time? Yes or no? Is it one of the best TV shows of all time? Yes or no? We're going to keep it on the tier list, but is it one of the best TV shows of all time? So it's a Steven Spielberg produced show. It came out just after Saving Private Ryan. It's got a bunch of young actors in there who are still relevant now. I didn't even realize Michael Fassbender's in this show. I think it's got Stephen Graham in it as well. Or was that the other show, the specific? It doesn't matter. It's also got Ross from Friends. He's in it as well. He's really good in it. And it's got the guy you can see on the thumbnail there, whose name I cannot remember, British actor. He's also in that show with Claire Danes, which is also fantastic, which is not on the tier list. So yeah, it's a good show. I remember seeing it as a kid and thinking this is really good. And I tried to watch it again recently, and I was like, this is not as good as I thought it was, but it's still good. But I was struggling to get through it. I was really struggling to get through it. So guys, what's our thoughts on Band of Brothers? What are we saying about Band of Brothers? Never seen Band of Brothers. Okay. Band of Brothers was all right. It's just, yeah, I totally agree. Totally agree. Damian Lewis, that's his name. Damian Lewis. Hello. I still think the limited events have an astronomical advantage. They're written to have a beginning, middle, and end. I don't know. Vitaphone, is that in relation to Band of Brothers? But I think you're still talking about the TV series. David Schwimmer, shockingly not terrible. He was actually really good. I mean, he's not in it for long. No spoilers, but he's not in it for long. Homeland, that's the one. Hello, Days, by the way. Yes, quite simply the best miniseries. It wasn't a miniseries, though, was it? It went on for... No, it wasn't a miniseries because it's a one-off. What am I talking about? Of course it was. Iconic. Have you ever watched Lego? I'm starring that as well, speculation. I'll come back to it. I watched half, but I never finished it. And Homeland, House of Cards. Isn't House of Cards as well? Interesting. Daredevil, not for me. Okay, right. I'm going to put it into, and if you guys disagree with this, let me know, but I'm going to put it into iconic. I think it's just iconic. Next up is a TV show which could be thought of as being better than its predecessor, which would be incredibly rare if that was the case. But Better Call Saul, some people think is better than Breaking Bad, which is the next film on the list. It is a spin-off, and I don't want to ruin it for anyone who's not seen Breaking Bad. It's a spin-off using a character from Breaking Bad, and it is better than it had any right to ever be. It's top tier TV. Incredible TV. So what are we thinking, guys? I'm trying to think of an effective way to use this poll. I don't think this is a very effective way because, good or bad, they're all good, aren't they? So this poll's not really going to work out. We'll use the poll as we get further down the line. Where should we put? Let me ask the question instead. Where should we put Better Call Saul? Where should we put Better Call Saul? See what I mean, bad boy? That's what I'm saying. This is all Phantom Menace's fault. It's all Phantom Menace's fault. Extremely masterful or goated. What else we got? I stopped watching. Oh, Derry NL. After the stream, stop doing what you're doing after the stream. Right now, keep watching this. Hit the like button. But after this, jump onto Netflix and watch Better Call Saul. Just watch it. It is one of those series where you have to go, if you get through season 1, season 2, it's going to get better. It is unfortunately one of those seasons, but one of the series, but it is worth the wait. Nah, mate, not better, but top tier. Yellowstone should be on there. Who said that? Bootle Bad Boy. We'll come back to that. At the end, if there's any other films or TV shows that we think should be on there, we'll do that at the end. Overrated. Masterful. The last season gave me goosebumps every episode. Do you know what, though? Spoon Good. I thought the way it ended with the last 2 episodes was a little bit weak, but I do like the last season. Great show. Anyone else? Without BB, you wouldn't have B. Yeah, totally agree. Each season was better. Yeah, totally agree with that. Right. Okay, I'm going to put it. You guys all said Masterful, so I'm going to put it in Masterful. There we go. It's in Masterful. Next up is the OG. So I was just praising Better Call Saul. And the only reason why Better Call Saul exists is because of this show, Breaking Bad. Now, let's face it. This is definitely a front runner. 100% a front runner. Many of you may say this is just a pointless exercise because this is such a good TV series. I don't think it's as simple as that, personally. And I've always wanted to do a TV tier list, to be honest with you, because I'm always kind of fighting about which one's better than which one. And this is definitely one of the contenders. If you're talking about Malcolm in the Middle earlier on, Malcolm in the Middle made a star of Bryan Cranston, but he kind of disappeared after that. And then he came back in a big way and showed the world he's got acting chops for days. Aaron Paul was nobody before this. He's still kind of a nobody. I don't mean that disrespectfully. It means he's more known than I am. So, that's good. But yeah, Aaron Paul became a star from this. And I think the biggest star from this is Giancarlo Esposito, who I always knew about because I saw Spike Lee films and he was always quite prominent in those, well, the earlier ones anyway. And he's now in everything. Like, it's kind of boring because he plays the same person in every single thing that he's in. Like, he plays the same person every bloody thing he's in, which is boring as fuck. But it's made a star out of him as well. This is one of the greatest TV shows ever. And it's so good because it is literally a definition of A, B, C. Some TV series meander all over the place because they just want to extend the run for longer than it needs to, like Lost, for example. I remember seeing the interview with Damon Lindelof where he was told by the studio that he has to extend it even longer. I think they wanted to wrap it up in season 3 or something. And then they were told, no, this is doing really well. We want it to keep going. I think they got to like season 6 or something. Whereas this was like, we're having this amount of seasons. This is the story. We're done. We're out. And it holds no punches. Great TV show. Goated. Everyone's saying goated. I agree. Let's put it in goated, but it may not stay there. Chernobyl. I have a problem with the show. It's a very rudimental problem, but I think it's valid nonetheless. You guys may feel otherwise. I like my historical dramas to be as accurate as possible, and that includes the language they're speaking, and that also includes the accents they're speaking with. And I could have endured this show if they were speaking with Eastern European accents, but they're speaking with British accents. It really jarred me. Aside from that, it's a really good show, but I don't think it's top tier. It is another mini series, a bit like Band of Brothers, but it's good TV. What do you guys think? Where would you put Chernobyl? Ooh. Brutal Bad Boys. This for Chernobyl. Bad was just iconic. Whoa. Got some bad hate. Yeah, LMC it did take me out. I enjoyed it, but it took me out. It did take me out. Oh, Flawed Genius. Is this for Breaking Bad? Masterful. Iconic. That reminds me of The Boys director of you saying so many seasons because he had to do an... interesting. Didn't know that. Yeah, The Boys should have ended like 2 seasons ago. Last season was okay. The ending was so bad. The show was so relatable. I live under dictatorship. So, Roman, where are you from? I don't think I've asked you that before. Where are you from, Roman? Let me know. I'm very keen to know where you're from. White Noise, never seen Chernobyl, but accents are pet peeve of mine, immediately overrated. Masterful. Okay, cool. Masterful both on Chernobyl and Breaking Bad. Vitaphone, that is controversial. That is a few people have not said goated, so I'm going to put it back. I'm going to put it there. Right. Next up is Curb Your Enthusiasm. Curb Your Enthusiasm. So I'm not sure if you guys have seen this. So we have Seinfeld. This is one of the writers of Seinfeld. very important part of Seinfeld, which I think is the biggest comedy. I think Friends and Seinfeld are the biggest comedies of all time in terms of ratings, in terms of the amount of money the stars were getting. And Curb Your Enthusiasm is a weird kind of spin-off to Seinfeld. Tremendous show, been going since like early 2000s, and just finished its last season this year, and still is funny 20 years on. I think Larry David's about 79 or something. It's still the funniest show on TV. For me, just absolutely masterful. But what are you guys thinking? What are you thinking? Egypt. You have told me that before, I think, Roman. So I apologize if I didn't remember that. But I didn't know it was a dictatorship. I didn't think Egypt was a dictatorship. One of my favorite footballers plays for Egypt. Probably one of Bootle Bad Boy's favorite footballers as well. So hello from London, which is not a dictatorship, kind of. So yeah, guys, what we thinking? Organized chaos. Hello. Okay, all right. Okay. There we go. Not my cup of tea. This or Seinfeld. Yeah, it seems to be a few people who don't like it. I tried to get onto Curb, just hated it. Oh, dearie me. Okay. Curb is like Seinfeld. Oh, dearie me. Ugh, tough crowd. Salah is a legend. He's an absolute legend. Curb Your Enthusiasm. Guys, what are we putting in Curb Your Enthusiasm? It's Africa. Thank you. Do you think British and American... I'm going to put it in the thing. When we have an interval after we've moved everything up, speculation, I will go through any super chats or any chats that are questions that are not relevant to the tier list. And I will answer this time I promise I will definitely answer your questions. Psych, I've heard of it, but we're not doing that at the moment. Mo the Great, use the Great. Brazos is good. Who's this? Doing Sisterhood. You again. Iconic lean toward masterful. So Vitaphone, I don't think this curve is a little dearie me. So Vitaphone, I totally agree with you. Paul, I am a Liverpool fan. I am since the early 90s. Iconic. It's been a tough time for Liverpool up until recently. Seinfeld is goated. Why the hate? I agree with you, Cohen. I agree with you. It doesn't seem like many people. I'm going to put it iconic. This is not going to do so well, I think. Right, next up is Dark. German show on Netflix about time travel, which I've seen the first episode of. People said, watch Dark, watch it. It's so good. You need to get into it. If you get into like episode 10, it'll be good. And I was like, okay, cool. And then I watched episode 1. I couldn't even get past episode 1. Boring as fuck. But it's on the list and you guys like it. So here we are talking about this show for some reason. So if you guys want to defend Dark, let me know. I have no opinions. Hated the British Office. I like the British Office. I really did. Dark. Dark is the GOAT, apparently. Never seen Dark either. Masterful Dark. Never watched Dark, but I'm planning on it. I guess I am in some weird way. Join the club. Oh, seems like everyone on the stream is a Liverpool fan. I know Cohen's a Man United fan, which is automatically a huge red flag. But we let him on. Coleman's a nice guy. We're gonna pretend that he doesn't support Man United. I like Dark, didn't love it, just liked it. Dude ain't Dark. Oh wow, okay, it's getting some pushback. Thank you guys. I'm liking this. Anyone else for GOAT? Dark is a masterful, scratching it. Oh, okay, Vitaphone. I like Dark, but it didn't end well for me. Flawed genius. Dark, I watched for. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to make a decision here. I'm going to put it in, just based on what you guys are saying as a collective, and put it in overrated. We'll go back into it in a bit. Deadwood. Okay, Deadwood is a cowboy TV show. I said this on the last stream. It's got some of the best dialogue I've ever heard in my life. It's very Shakespearean. Everyone speaks with a cadence to their voice. It's got the guy who's in Justified. His name I can't remember out of my head. It's got Ian McShane, the British actor, doing a really gruff American accent. That wasn't an American accent. I don't know what that was. And it's got a bunch of well-known actors. Paula Malcolmson's in it. Irish actor. So not British, Irish actor. Although she might be Northern Ireland, so maybe she is British. Very complicated stuff, guys. And yeah, I love it. I prefer Justified myself, but I think the art in Deadwood is better than the art in Justified. But has anyone seen Deadwood? Vitaphone, I knew you were going to say goated. I knew it. It is so good. It is so good. I prefer Justified, but I can't deny the art. Masterful, the guy from John Wick. Go home. You're finished United. Oh, dearie me. Getting tribal in here. Timothy Oliphant, that's the one. Timothy Oliphant, Deadwood and Justified. He's a little bit like pent up with anger in Deadwood. He's a lot more relaxed in Justified. Very good actor. Deadwood may not be the best, but it doesn't have... Yep, agree with that, Vitaphone. Absolutely fabulous. Should be on the list. Okay, Deadwood I'm going to put into iconic. And we're going to move on to Erie, Indiana, which is Jay's choice. And I'm sure... I've not seen Jay for a while, so I'm sure he's not around right now. So he's the only one who can really defend this. I liked it. I only saw it as a kid, and it was fun. I delved into a few like YouTube videos talking about its relevance and what it was about and so forth. But I've not really watched it since I was a kid, so I'm probably not in the best position to talk about it. But it's a show about a kid or kids in Erie, Indiana, and a bunch of weird things happen on every episode. Really, it shouldn't be on this list, but hey, if anyone wants to defend it, then get on there and defend it. Just want to let you know that I love your videos, mate. Doing Sisterhood, that's for you, my friend. That's for you. You're greatest. Thank you very much. Do appreciate that. Deadwood describes Man United. Ah, dear. God, I don't want to turn this into a football chat, but it does. It does. Never heard of it. Haven't seen... Yeah, same here, Bootle Bad Boy. This sounds like a miserable fever dream. Seen it. It was great. Goosebumps, but better. Okay, cool. We're going to put Erie, Indiana in Flawed Genius. Right, next up is The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I had to put it in because you guys didn't mention it the other day. And then I didn't know, Friends wasn't on the list as well. What did I see? I saw The Office. And I was like, why is Fresh Prince of Bel-Air not on this list? Which had its run from beginning to end. Granted, towards the end, it kind of faded off a little bit, but wasn't such a massive tail off that I'm like, it was bad. And it had a great ending as well. And Uncle Phil, legend. Will Smith, legend, kind of, up until recently. I'm looking forward to Bad Boys 4, though. They really sold it to me. The press junkets around the world have sold it to me. I'm actually in on Bad Boys 4. And who else is in it? It's got Hillary. Beautiful. Hillary. My God, she was beautiful. Who didn't have a crush on Ashley Banks? My God. Now, guys, this is when I was a kid, so it's fine. Not now. I don't have a crush on her now, but when I was a kid, I had a crush on her then. I do now because she's older now, if that makes sense. And Colton Banks, The Dance. Like, this is one of the most iconic, and I think that kind of gives away where I think it should go, iconic shows ever made. What are you guys thinking? Which Aunt Viv? Aunt Viv original was the best, but Aunt Viv not original wasn't too bad either. But Aunt Viv original was the best. I love Fresh Prince. What do you think of Bear and Fargo? Bear hasn't finished yet, but it's good so far. It's good so far. It's not great so far. It's good. And Fargo we discussed a bit ago. I think it's okay. Fresh Prince might be the over. Oh wow, Kenny, you can't drop a mic like that and walk away. Come on. Fresh Prince had its moments. Whoa. Iconic. Remember the period. Fresh Prince shouldn't be on the list. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You guys are firing some shots here. Iconic, but can't really touch the... Whoa. Whoa. I'm going to put it on iconic. We'll see where it lands. Friends. Friends is... same Fresh Prince as Bel-Air, but obviously people find it more relatable for some reason. I personally found Fresh Prince more relatable, but hey, anyway, it's not because most characters are white and most characters are black. Nothing to do with that. I just found the comedy more relatable than Friends. Not to say Friends wasn't great. It was great. I'm using the word great there on purpose because it was great. during its run. But seasons 1, 2, and 3, or maybe season 1 and 2, are not great. Most comedies typically take a while to find their feet. Even Seinfeld. And this show definitely took a while to find its feet. Like, the characters weren't well defined. They didn't really know what the characters wanted or what they were doing. And it wasn't until like season 3, 4 where they kind of found their feet. And then towards the end, it kind of tailed off as well. It just became very convoluted. But it's Friends. It's one of the great shows ever. I think it's iconic, but what are you guys thinking? Friends, overrated or iconic? It's culturally funny, but not everyone will relate to it. It wasn't university watch where I was growing up. Friends or Fresh Prince, Kerwin? Friends is a dumb sitcom. Wow, I ate more potato than I thought I did. Okay. Jay says something here. ROC is one of the best comedies ever. ROC. What's ROC? Let me know. Band of Brothers. Okay. Both Friends and... Oh, dearie me. Friends is garbage tier. Dearie me. Both Friends and Fresh Prince. Dearie me. You guys are not... Yeah, and the Joey spin-off was not good. Wow. Okay. Overrated. I put it in overrated. Right. This is the one that I've really been having like cold sweats and not sleeping very well because of this one. This one is the most contentious one for me because I don't even know if it should be on the list. But guys, now that it is on the list, it has to sit somewhere between masterful and goated. I don't think it should even be on the list. But again, I have to respect the fact that if it has made it onto the list, it's top tier. I'm stuck with this one. I'm stuck. So guys, help me out here. What are you thinking? I'm going to need the help of... I don't know. I'm going to need the help of a famous Hollywood actor to help us decide where this should sit. That is the visual interpretation of Game of Thrones making it onto this tier list. It is literally the visual representation of Game of Thrones making it onto this tier list. What are we thinking? Should it stay? Love the pun. What are we thinking, guys? It's simple. If it ended in season 4, goated, but since it flawed, genius. Love that. Love the succinctness there. But who else has got any opinions on this? Love that, by the way, Raymond. Goat is trash. Well, we haven't got a trash list. We haven't got a trash list there. I guess overrated would be the one. But yeah, flawed genius. Hello, Days again. Got is iconic, but nothing crazy. Got is iconic. Put in the flawed. I think flawed. I don't think iconic. Friends is definitely overrated. I argued it should be on a list, but it's not on the ghost. Iconic at best. I'm thinking flawed, but I think flawed. Got fell off the fence once they ran out of the book. Game of Thrones showrunners Benioff and Weiss are masterful of adapting source material. Maybe. Flawed. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, if the source material's there, then it's not hard to adapt it. I think when you run out of source material, it becomes harder, as Rings of Power is proven so ominously. Right, I'm going to put Got into Flawed Genius because it was great at the time. Justified. Definitely my favorite TV show ever. I think Curb Your Enthusiasm, Justified. Now, it doesn't mean I think it's the best TV show ever, but it's definitely my favorite. It's a show I could just, I switch on any episode and I just enjoy it. Like, the dialogue is fantastic. The acting is just masterful. The music, everything about it is just so uplifting, so dramatic, and the lead character is just sarcastic as fuck. He's so sarcastic. I just love it. Reminds me of myself. Guys, where we put in this wonderful show? I think it should go straight into Goated. But what are you guys thinking about Justified? Never heard of it? You mean you never heard of it? You mad? Justified is probably iconic or masterful. Bussin'. Cohen, what are you doing there? I hope you're not bussing. Fans of Justified, Boy Crowder is a legend. This is why I was looking forward to Fallout. And when I saw Fallout, I was like, this is trash. I've seen this guy in The Shield. I've seen him in Tarantino films, and I've seen him in Justified. And the guy is magnificent. And you put him in this trash? So furious. Always wanted to say that. Bussin'. Go to. My dad put, Justified is just amazing. You need SpongeBob in Goated, and it'd be, you know what? Actually, I'm going to put that as a starred, so I can come back to that. Justified is that good? I mean, to just see it. Yeah, it is so good. So good. Which maybe also Justified, standard basic. It is. Do you know what? NL, I'm not going to lie to you. It is. It is one step away from being a CW drama. I'm not going to lie to you. It is basic. It's not shot amazingly well. There's no overarching. There is a bit of an overarching story to a degree, but not really. So yeah, kind of agree with you, but it's done so incredibly well. And you're right. Elmore Leonard is just a goat, absolute goat. If you don't know who that is, guys, he wrote Rum Punch, which is Jackie Brown, the film Jackie Brown. So Rum Punch is a novel, and Tarantino turned it into Jackie Brown. And then he also wrote Out of Sight, which is the George Clooney, Jennifer Lopez film. The two things are linked in the film world. I think they're linked in the book world as well. But he's one of the great writers, American writers of all time. But I think I'm going to leave Justified in masterful. I think. Did you watch the new Justify? Yeah, you know what? That was really good as well. The new Justify season was really good as well. It's quite different because our lead guy, Rayland, is older, so he's less sarcastic. And the show's not really about him so much, which is a bit disappointing, but I loved it. I'm going to leave it in masterful, and then you guys can vote it out later on. Cool. Next up is Lost, which I'm going to put in flawed genius. Guys, what are you thinking about Lost? Lost is a TV show, again, by J.J. Abraham, the great inventor of things. He's like the Steve Jobs of TV shows and movies. He thinks of a great idea and he gives it to someone else, and they go off and turn it into something. And then they go to him, we've run out of story. Where does it end? Where does your story end, JJ? And he goes, oh, I don't know. Just end it. That's what he does. So Cloverfield, have you seen Cloverfield? Matt Reeves' film. He thought of that. I think he thought of it. Maybe he didn't think of it, but he definitely produced it. A bunch of TV shows that he actually helped make and actually made. And he also, of course, made the Star Wars and Star Trek films. And he created this. He thought of the idea, and his mates Damon Lindelof and someone else as well. They finished it, and it shows. It really does show. However, it is a great TV show. So what are you thinking about Lost? Flawed Genius. The last part. Lost was fantastic at the time. They didn't keep it going. They didn't was going to happen. Oh yeah. So they wrote it and they didn't know it was going to, yeah, they made stuff up as they went along, and they couldn't justify it towards the end. So I'm not going to ruin it for you guys if you've not seen it, but there's a scene. So there's an air crash in a forest or jungle in the middle of nowhere, and these characters are trying to survive, and there's weird things that happen on this island, including a polar bear appearing from nowhere on this tropical island. And to this day, I don't know what the hell that polar bear was doing there. And that was meant to be a plot point, but it never was. It's convoluted ass. Okay. We gotta go back. That's in my impression of Matthew Fox with his fake beard in like season 4 or something. Can't spell Lost without an L. Iconic. Lost just got lost. It did. I agree with Ramon. I don't know what Ramon said. Lost out of an adventure show, ended up as Christian propaganda. Gagnan, I cannot speak on that. I will not speak on that. And you might be right. You are right. I cannot deny that. Wasn't there a writer's strike mid-show? There was a writer's strike. I want to get this right. There was a writer's strike just before the last season, I think, or during the last season, I think. But I don't think it affected the show too much because it was going downhill anyway. Lost first 3 seasons were great, but over time, totally agree with that. Dune, Flawed Genius, Ramon. Yes, there was. Yeah, I don't think it affected Lost though. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, so it's sitting in Flawed Genius. Next up is MASH, which is Jay's choice. I know nothing about MASH at all. I'm going to put it on Iconic for now, but all I know is that it's either a spin-off of the Robert Altman film, or Robert Altman made a movie based on the series, but I think it's the first thing rather than the second thing. I know nothing more. I know it's set in Vietnam, and it's set around a medical camp in Vietnam, I think. I don't know. I know nothing about this show. So if anyone's seen MASH, let me know. Let me know, and I'm going to move straight on. MASH. Yes, MASH. Help me out here, guys. Help me out here. What do you know about MASH? This is what I know about MASH. That's what I know about MASH. That's all I know about MASH. MASH is all right. The original movie was way better. I'm getting MASH right now. If you're not from the UK, you probably don't know what mashed means. I don't think anyone uses mashed anymore. Maybe they do up in Scotland, Bootle Bad Boy, but yeah, it just means getting fucked up. MASH, masterful, iconic. The movie came out first and is set in Korea. Thank you for that. I've not seen it. Jurassic 3. Alan. MASH is in iconic, and we'll keep it there for now. Right. I don't think the show should be in there. It didn't finish. Mindhunters. I'm going to put it in Flawed Genius. Mindhunters is David Fincher TV show. He directed the first episode. It's an epic episode. The one thing I remember about the first episode, I remember 2 things about the first episode. One is this amazing tracking shot, in which so David Fincher is a very simple director. Makes things very simple. So he's just got, if you don't know what a tracking shot is, it's basically when the camera is moving forwards or sideways. It's called tracking shot. So to do that, you need to put tracks on the floor, which is why it's called tracking shot. And what he does is he puts the tracks on the floor, David Fincher, and he has the camera follow the actor in the episode. And you shouldn't really do that. You should hide it. What he did, he just put it there, and then in post-production, just painted it out. Painted everything out like a genius. That's what I remember. Another thing I remember is there's a scene in a bar, which is really, really loud. And a really cool thing they did is have subtitles. Because normally when you're in a bar and you're trying to, talk to a person of the opposite sex or the same sex, and you're trying to impress them or just trying to hear what they say, or you know what I mean? That's typically what happens. You can't hear what they're saying. And he put subtitles there. And I thought, that's pretty damn cool. What a director. What a great director. And then, of course, we had some wonderful performances, some magnificent performances from actors of which names I can't remember. I mean, one guy is from Matrix 4. He plays the new bad guy. One lady is from that TV show with Joshua Jackson, and she's Australian, I believe. She's also in something else recently, another TV show recently. And then also it's got the guy who's in every David Fincher property. He's in Fight Club, and he's in the most recent film, with a wrestling film, Iron Claw, I think it's called. So, yeah, that's what I know of Matt. But the one thing I will say about Mindhunter is didn't finish. It got cancelled, and it shouldn't be on this list. And therefore, it's Flawed Genius. Anna Tov, that's it. Vitaphone, you're so good at this. Neil Patrick Harris, no, he's not in it. I don't believe. Mindhunter, didn't see it. It's just a fancy Criminal Minds. Mindhunter is straight up masterful. It's a slow burn for just very slow burn. but it's good. I'm going to put it on Floor Genius because it didn't finish, and I don't think it can go any higher than that because it didn't finish. Mr. Robot shouldn't be on this list, in my humble opinion. Season 1, good, almost great, even up until the last few episodes where it just turns into Fight Club. Season 2 was an absolute slog to get through, and someone said, watch season 2, it's bad, but then get to season 3. Like, why should I do that? It's like saying, if you go down the road, mate, there is a shop full of gold, but to get there, you're going to have to jump over the massive cliff. So good luck, but there's a massive shop full of gold. I'm going to probably just go, I'm all right. I don't need the gold. I'm okay. That's exactly how I felt after watching Mr. Robot. So I haven't finished it, and I think it should probably go in Floor Genius, but you guys tell me. You guys agree? You think it's overrated or Floor Genius? I think it's potentially overrated, but I don't see anyone talking about it now, so I'm not too sure if it's overrated or if it's just Floor Genius. I'm going to put it in Floor Genius. There we go. Right, next up is Seinfeld. This is going to get some smoke, I can tell. You guys are not Seinfeld fans. I am a Seinfeld fan. I think it's brilliant. But you guys don't seem to be likers of the Seinfeld, which is a shame. I'm not going to lie. Mr. Robot is iconic. I couldn't get through season 2. Tried 3 times. Yeah, I couldn't do it. I'm not jumping over that cliff. It was about Rami Malek. He's Egyptian. So Ramon, I think I'm getting that right. He is Egyptian, right? Iconic. Rubbish. Hello, Genius again. Is cast if yes in here? No, I don't think so. Bennett. Goated. I agree with you, Kerwin. Bringing in the smoke, overrated. I stopped Mr. Robot season 2. Yeah, I think that's when everyone stopped it. It's rubbish. Absolute rubbish. I hate when people recommend a show and say, yeah, exactly. Go and watch the show. Just stick with it. On season 3, it's good. That is, let me work that out. That's like 12 hours per season. That's 2 seasons. That's 24 hours of my life gone. That's a whole day of my life gone. And if I'm sleeping as well, it's probably 2 days of my life gone. I'm not doing it. It needs to be good straight away. What's the deal with all the people hating Seinfeld? That was awful. Hooray, white noise. Oh dear. Seinfeld overrated. I think this is unfortunately going to go overrated. Hello, Windland Van der Weyer. Is that your real name? That's a cool name. Episodic TV series, very like Magnum PI, brilliant stuff. Magnum PI, what a legend. He's from California, but yes, Egyptian, yeah, totally. Last of Us is, yep, totally agree with that. Last of Us is terrible. Costanza. I watched every episode of Doctor Who. That cost me an entire year of my life. Gagnan, you watch films that are incomprehensible. Like, what's that film called? That horror film? Robo Geisha. That is definitely 2 hours of your life. You're never getting back. Right, I'm going to put Friends, because you guys don't like it very much, into overrated. Shameless, the American... So this is a British TV show, which had, I think, 2 seasons, as British TV shows typically tend to have, or 3 seasons. And then America came and went, actually, we like that, and we want to do 100 seasons of that. So Shameless has got William H. Macy. It's got the lead actor from The Bear, whose name escapes me right now. He's also in Iron Claw. It's got the guy who's in the Star Wars games and he played the Joker in Gotham. Who else has it got? It's got a bunch of cameos from loads of well-known actors as well. It's got John Cusack's sister in it, Joan Cusack. The lead actress, ironically, is married to the creator and director of Mr. Robot. This is an interesting fact for you guys. Shameless is up there as it's my second favorite TV show, I think, of all time. I could watch it over and over again. I've not done that, but I could watch it over and over again. What are we thinking about Shameless, guys? Cameron Monaghan. Thank you very much for that. Again, you guys, amazing. Thank you for just setting me up every time so I can slam dunk that ball. Thank you. Robo Geisha is masterful entertainment for young teens. It doesn't sound like it's good for young teens. I hope you haven't got kids, gag man. You're making them watch Robo Geisha. Deary me. Shameless UK had about 11 seasons. Oh, did it? You sure? Can someone fact check that, including you, Bootle Bad Boy? I don't think it did. Maybe it did. I know it had James McAvoy in it. I know he's in it, but you got Veep, but no thick of it. Defo takes it for me. Egbert, I'm going to star that because I kind of agree with you. That's a very good point. Anyone watch Apple TV Sugar? Nope. Not yet. It's got Colin Farrell, right? Jeremy Island White, that's the one. No one's got any opinions on Shameless? No? Okay, cool. We're going to move on then, and it's going to stay in Masterful. Next up is the show that you guys hated on, which is, I'm going to put it here in overrated, which is Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is a film or show by Mike Judge. Mike Judge also created the TV show Beavis and Butthead and the film called something. It's got Luke Wilson in it, and I watched it a few years back, and I was like, this is not funny. And I watched it again recently, and I was like, it's funny, but it's not great. I love this show. I really love it. I think it's just on the money from season 1 to season 5 or whatever it was. It made stars out of some of the actors on the show, including forgot his name, but including one of the actors on the show who's huge now. TJ Miller became huge after this as well. It's a great show, but if you guys think it's overrated, let me know. Office Space? No, it wasn't Office Space. It was another one. Office Space, I need to watch again. I didn't like it when I first saw it, but it's not that one. It's the other one. That's it. Always Vitaphone, always with the layup. Idiocracy, that one. Mike Judge, that's the one. Egbert, this guy knows what's up. Sagnick, I watch Sugar. Okay, we're talking about Sugar, are we? You're talking about, that's the one, Philip. And hello, Philip. Haven't seen it, so can't judge it. Anyone got any thoughts? I agree with this, NL. It is bad. Anyone got any thoughts on Silicon Valley? Because if not, I'm going to put an iconic. Thank you very much. Next one. Simpsons, going to put an iconic. Simpsons hasn't finished. Someone brought this up as a point earlier on. It's not finished, so why is it on this list? Also, in my humble opinion, it's not been funny for 20 years. So if it's not finished and it's not been funny for 20 years, why is it on this list? You guys put it in there, so you have to live with it. I think it's iconic still. I think it kind of started a trend of amazing cartoons that were on network TV. So we had South Park after that, and we have Family Guy after that as well, which are both great as well. But I think Simpsons is the daddy of those shows, or the mummy, depending on what you prefer. So yeah, Simpsons iconic. I think everyone thinks Simpsons are iconic. You know what, Vitaphone? You're so right. That film, you know what? It came out in like 2006, 7, whatever. I watched it, I think 6 months ago, and it wasn't funny because everything that I predicted has happened now. Like, the president in that film is Terry Crews, and he's a bit of an idiot. And that is definitely Donald Trump now. Well, he's not president now, but then. And there's so many little things that happen in the film that you think probably back then were like, that would never happen, but it's happening now, and it's so depressing. Simpsons went on for too long, but still iconic. Legendary show for sure. Do the Bartman. I have not. Simpsons shouldn't be on there. I kind of agree, but it's there now. Homer. Sugar. We're still talking about Sugar. What's going on here, guys? So we talk about Sugar later? What's happening? Is it that good? With Colin Farrell. Yeah, please, guys, hit the like button. There's 35 of you in here. Hit the like button. If we get some more, this might be our biggest chat ever. Floor Genius. I'm going to leave it where it is. Iconic. Right, next up is one show that I couldn't work out what it was, but now I know what it is, and Jay can defend it. It's called Sliders. Sliders, I remember coming out in the 90s. I was a kid. I enjoyed it up until about season 3. And I think after season 3 or 4, the cast completely changed. And, well, not completely. I think some of the actors left. I think they got too big for their boots, as always in these TV shows. and then the dynamic of the show changed. And I'd love to see a comeback, but I don't think it should be anywhere on this list. But hey, it's on here now. Anyone seen this show? Anyone see the show? And listen to Vitaphone. He's the voice of reason. Well, he's actually not the voice of reason. I'm more the voice of reason than Vitaphone. Vitaphone's made some comments, shall we say. I'm not going to repeat the comments that he said, but one of them did include 90s women actors, female actors who are now, since the 90s, awful and don't look very good. That's what he said. I'm just saying that's what he said. I had to come on board and kind of placate the situation. So, but thank you. Not seen. Okay, so Jay, did you have some thoughts? The characters all died. Did they? That's a bit dark. Really? Jesus. Fun fact, Matt Groening took the name of Homer Simpson from the National West novel, The Day of the Locust. I didn't know that. Thank you. Always Sunny, because Always Sunny should maybe be on this list, but it's not finished. Sliders was a great show for the first few seasons until they changed it about. Totally agree. But Bad Boy, Severance have not seen. Sliders was my jam while growing up in the 90s. It was mine too. I used to come home and then on BBC over here in the UK, BBC Two, it would be Fresh Prince on Tuesdays, I think. And then Sliders on BBC Two would be like Wednesdays, and then nighttime, like 9 p.m. would be Quantum Leap. It was a great time, guys. It was a great time. The 90s. Growing up in the 90s, eh? Right. So Sliders I'm going to put in Flawed Genius because we didn't get a chance to see its full potential. Star Trek. We didn't put Star Trek Next Generation on this list. Do you guys want Star Trek Next Generation on this list? Surely it should be on here ahead of the original series. I don't know anything about Star Trek, so I don't know, but I know everyone bangs on about Next Generation. I've put it in overrated, but where do you guys think Star Trek should be? Star Trek. Please go like the post. We'll get to. I agree with Vitaphone. Yeah, please, guys, hit the like button. Hit the like button. Marcus is tossing me under. I'm a little bit. I apologize. Vitaphone. Quantum Leap deserves recognition. You know what, Jay? I totally agree. I'm going to put a star on that because I even like the ending as well. Star Trek is the GOAT for sci-fi shows. But do we think Star Trek Next Generation or Star Trek the original? What are we thinking? TNG is better than TOS. What's TOS? What is TOS? The original Star. What is that? Fan of both. In a light. TNG is better. I don't like the Star Trek lore to begin with. I'm not a big fan, but I wouldn't say I don't like it. No TNG without TOS. Kind of agree with that as well, but doesn't mean it's better. OS was flawed. TNG was direct. Okay, so I'm going to pretend because I can't bother to download. I will do at some point tonight, but I can't bother to download TNG. So guys, let's pretend this is TNG. Masterful, iconic, or goated. By the way, I'm not a big fan of Breaking Bad being goated by itself, so I'm going to put it in masterful. The original series. That's what it may tell me that means. Okay, cool. So Deep Space Nine is better than TNG. Okay. Iconic is proper. So TNG. Will we put in Star Trek TNG? I've not seen it. I have no opinions. Well, I have seen some episodes. It was another thing that used to come on when I came home from school as a young nipper. And I remember watching some episodes and thinking, this is interesting, but I don't know what's going on. It's interesting. Yeah. Masterful, iconic. Not an expert of Star Trek. I was more of a, same here. I was Star Trek. I was a Star Wars fan than a Star Trek fan. And I think people always say, so people say this about life. They say, you're either a Star Trek fan or Star Wars fan. And if you're a Star Trek fan, that means you're intelligent and you support Man United. And if you're a Star Wars fan, it means you're stupid and you probably support Liverpool. So I got the run end of the stick on that front. I'm going to put Next Generation into Masterful. I'm going to change this later on. Right. Succession. recent TV show, one of the most recent TV shows on this list. Brilliant run. I think it was 4 seasons, but help me out, guys, in the chat if it wasn't 4 seasons. I think it was 4, which is great. That's a great number. Brian Cox in the lead role. It made a star out of Mr. Culkin, the brother of Macaulay Culkin. Kieran Culkin is his name. He was always one of my favorite, most interesting kind of quirky actors, especially in Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. And I was like, why is this guy getting a break? And then he got his break on the show. Jeremy Strong's in it. It's got the wonderful Sarah Snook. It's got a bunch of cameos from a bunch of actors. Yeah, really good show. Really, really good show. I love the show. I do love it. I do think it's a bit overrated, though. And let me explain myself. I think it's definitely a top TV show, but I think the way people talk about it, and especially being a recent show, I think it's overrated. And I think the reason why it's spoke of so highly is because there's not many good TV shows on at the minute. So there's nothing to compare it against. Whereas in the past, during the 2010s, you had Game of Thrones, Walking Dead, Mad Men, Breaking Bad, all on at the same time. And you'd be like, oh, which one's the best? Whereas now it's like Succession is just by far the best. But what do you guys think? What do you guys think? Succession is the GOAT. Whoa. Great Gibo. You finally made it. That wasn't me shooting you. That's me just saluting you. Good to have you in here, my friend. Very good to have you in here. Jump on. So what we're doing, if you just join the chat as well, hit the like button. But also what we're doing here is we're making a tier list based on the names that we picked out on Tuesday night in the UK of the best TV shows of all time. So we're just going to put them in their little sections for now. Then we're going to rearrange them in a minute. I'm going to probably have to bang through these a bit quicker. And then we're going to find out who is GOATed. And we can only have one winner. And I don't want it to be as simple as Breaking Bad versus Sopranos versus The Wire. Let's be nuanced, which is why I'm saying that I think that Succession is overrated. Because I'm being nuanced. But what do you guys think? Succession GOAT. Wow. Succession GOATed. Guys, I think, guys, slow down, 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 slow down. Barry's okay. It's okay. It's not GOATed. Come on, guys. I think it's just recency biased here. I can appreciate how good it is. Maybe in 5 years' time, we can have this discussion about it being GOATed. But Succession is not better than The Wire. It's not better than Better Call Saul. It's not better than Breaking Bad. It's not better than what else we got on here? It's not better than Boardwalk Empire, even. It's not better than Mad Men, for sure. So, guys, slow down, slow down, slow down. Let's not put recency biased into... Even Vitaphone's gone over the top. Look at this. He's a very balanced man, but you guys have thrown him over the... It's not... Guys, you're saying that it's the best show ever made. And it's good. But it's not GOATed, surely. Anyway, Succession has each character complexity. You can never completely make up your mind about the family. Wow. Wow. Great. I agree with you. It's miles ahead of Breaking Bad. Oh, God. I'm broken. I'm broken. Oh, God.
You get your fucking hands off me. You get your fucking hands off me.
Russ, did you guys lose this game or did the Jazz win this one?
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You've broken me, Vitaphone. I'm broken. I'm a broken man. I can't believe what I'm reading. It's miles ahead of Breaking Bad. Whoa. 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 Oh, God. Wow. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it in Masterful alongside Breaking Bad. We'll talk about it properly in a bit. Wow. Okay, A-Team, iconic. I'm gonna bash through this. A-Team is the 80s TV show with a bunch of people. It had a movie, a bunch of people. It had a movie in the 2010s with Liam Neeson, Bradley Cooper, and the Kerwin, help me out. The name of the South African guy. He's a really funny actor. He's also in Monkey Man, the same guy. It's not one of the best shows of all time, but it's definitely iconic. If you guys disagree, let me know in the chat. Oh wow! Still, I can't get over the Succession thing. Succession would have crashed in season 5. I don't know if it would have crashed. I think it would have still been good, but wow, the love for Succession is mad. Anyway, Sharlto Copley. Yes, I love it when a plan comes together. Mr. T. Right, cool. Moving to the next one. Leftovers. So Leftovers is by the guy I've been talking about all evening, Damon Lindelof, who also helped make or was the co-creator of or the show producer of two things, Lost and also The Watchmen TV show, which I kind of liked. I thought I was going to hate it, but I kind of liked it because I don't really care about the book or the novel or the comic book it's based on. I don't care. So if it broke the law of the comic book, I don't care. But I kind of liked it. Leftovers was a surprise for me because I thought Damon Lindelof was a bit of a hack, and he's not, because this show is first rate. It's based on a book of the same name, I think. Or maybe it's not called the same thing, actually. I don't think it's called the same thing. And I think it departs away from the book a little bit, but it's so damn good. So damn good. Wynand, I think we got Kerwin and Jess Kerwin, and if you're South African as well, then you two are the only ones, I believe. Showrunner of Lost, yes. It's more of his baby than JJ's, yeah. Comic book was great. I'm sure it was, but I don't really read comics, so can't speak on that. Leftovers was masterful, loved it. Anyone else want to defend Leftovers? The Rushman was good until the end. The ending was awful. I agree with you. The ending was terrible. My God. Succession was better than it. I'm gonna say something controversial here, and you guys can put some gun emojis in the chat if you want. Leftovers is better than Succession. I said it. I'm not even saying that like it's my favorite show. It's not my favorite show. Justified, Boardwalk Empire, and Shameless are my favorite shows. But I can step away like objectively and go, The Leftovers is a better show than Succession. The dialogue's not better. The characterization's not better. I don't think so. But just as an overarching story, it's just fantastic. Just fantastic. But hey, I'm just saying. Not seen either. Marcus, you did that on purpose. Boardwalk Empire is on the list and should be coming up very shortly. Bro, getting revenge on the chat. Oh, Sagnik, I love that you're on my side on this one. Right, next up is The Office. Iconic. I'm going to put it in masterful. So The Office is based on the TV show The Office, which is a British show by Ricky Gervais. I think the British version is brilliant. I think when I first watched the American version, because like I said to you before, guys, with comedies, and it's really weird because especially with, not so much with British comedies, but American comedies, it tends to take like 2 seasons before they find their way. Like Parks and Recs, which I've not put on this list, by the way. Parks and Recs took a couple of seasons for the actors to find what kind of characters they were, for the writers to work out, okay, this character does this character does that. And The Office definitely was not great in season 1, not great in season 2, kind of towards the end of season 2. And in season 3, from there on, it was great until the ending. It wasn't great. But it had no right to be, a bit like Better Call Saul, it had no right to be as good as it is because it is better than the British version, and I love the British version. But what are we thinking about Friends, guys? What are we thinking about Friends? What are we thinking? Nope on The Office, Steve Carell. Nope. Hey, Pascal, good to see you. The Office until final season. Yeah. It kind of went downhill after that. Parks and Recs is better than Seinfeld. Ooh. I like Parks and Recs, but the last 2 seasons and the first 2 seasons are not top notch. So I don't know about that. So I've left The Office in Masterful. If you guys want to take it out, we can do that later on. We'll do it later on. Next up, I agree with this. He is goated. Totally goated. Next up is The Pacific, which I'm going to immediately put into overrated because we decided we don't want it. The Shield, which is a cop TV show in the 2000s, I think. It's had Forrest Whitaker in season 3. It had Glenn Close in season 4. It's got the wonderful actor who plays, who's in Justified and Tarantino films. Can't remember his name. And it is a wonderful show. It kind of started, people don't realize The Shield. I want to say this gently. I don't want to put too much of a hard emphasis on this, but 24 and The Shield kind of started off this incredible golden age of TV shows that we had. It's not around now, but we had. And even now, like TV shows being as epic as they are because of shows like The Shield and 24. If you guys disagree with that, let me know. The Shield was good. I thought it was late 90s. No, it was 2000s. It was more like mid 2000s as well. So like maybe 2004, 5. But guys, fact check me on that. The Shield was great. Walter Goggins, that's the one. Not my cup of tea, probably iconic. Agree with that. Walter Goggins is my friend. Is he actually your friend? Because that'd be cool. Ricky Gervais show, animated one was better than The Office. Wow. That's some shade. I like The Shield helped get Goggins on the map for sure. Shield iconic. L, as in the podcast, was interested in the world called Pilkington. 24 was the bomb. Should I watch GOT? Yes, you should. And then turn it off towards the end. Right. So I'm going to leave Shield there. Next up is the Twilight Zone. I didn't choose this. You guys chose this. I'm going to put it on iconic. Twilight Zone is, I think, a 60s or 50s TV show. It came back in the 80s. I think Spielberg brought it back. I've only seen the ones in the 80s. Well, I don't remember them because I was a little baby, but I remember watching them. I remember watching that, and I remember watching the Michael Jackson Thriller video, music video over and over again and dancing to it. That's all I remember. But yeah, I don't know anything about Twilight Zone, so I don't think it should be on this list. But you guys probably have seen it, so let me know. Twilight Zone is spectacular, but the movie. Ooh, okay. Masterful, if not goated. Right, guys, talk to me about the Twilight Zone because I'm zoning this Twilight. Oh dear. I'm going to leave it there. Right, next up is The Wire, which I'm going to put in Masterful. So The Wire is, for me, the pinnacle of not just TV shows. The Wire is the pinnacle of narrative writing. And I said this in the last stream. It's like watching life unfold in front of you. I cannot say that about any other TV show I've ever watched. When I watched The Wire, because each season breaks itself down into different parts of the city and how they kind of influence each other, each part of the city. Like you got the people on the street selling drugs, you got the politicians in the buildings, like trying to make things seem okay. You've got the people at the port who are bringing the drugs in to the city. You've got the teachers and the cops who are teaching and also administering laws. And in the last season, you've got the press who are talking about the things that are happening in the city and how they're influencing what's happening in the city. The show is like watching life because this happens in every single city in the world. Maybe not in cities with dictatorships, but certainly as a microcosm, it happens in every major city in the world. And when I watch The Wire, I'm like, this is like watching life. Now, I've tried to sell it as much as possible. What do you guys think? The Wire is masterful. Stringer Bell is GOAT. Omar was brilliant. Rest in peace. Each character felt so real. Yeah, each character, each season, each moment just felt like you're watching real life. I've never had that in a film. Maybe in films, but not in a TV show. I agree, Kenny. Right, I'm going to leave it there for now. Next up is The Wonder Years, which you guys voted for the other day. I'm going to put it in iconic because I don't think it should be here. I think Boy Meets World should be in here before Wonder Years. But if anyone wants to defend The Wonder Years, let me know and I'll pick it up on the chat in a bit. Right, we had this debate before, Veep or The Thick of It. I prefer Veep for the first few seasons. I think, so the writer of The Thick of It and Veep is Amanio Annucci. He's a British-Italian writer. Well, he's just British. And he's behind things like The Day-to-Day and Alan Partridge and so forth and so forth. And he's just fantastic. And for the first, I think, 4 seasons of Veep, he was the, I think, producer, showrunner, or writer on it. And then when he left, the show completely changed and wasn't as good as it was before. But he also made The Thick of It, and I think you guys think The Thick of It is better than Veep. But let me know if you don't think that's the case. Overrated. The Thick of It. No, bruv. The Wonder Years, a masterful story. Okay, we'll come back to that. Thick of It over Veep. Okay. The Thick of It. Okay. Seems like The Thick of It is about to Veep. Seems like you guys prefer The Thick of It. Okay, we'll come back to that then. Westworld. I'm going to put Westworld and Flawed Genius. Season 1 was amazing. Absolutely amazing. It unfortunately suffers from the J.J. Abrams issue of great idea. We don't know how to finish the great idea. So, and I think, based on what I've seen from Jonathan Nolan, he's definitely exactly the same. The reason why I say that is because every time he's left to his own devices, he fucks up. And I'm including Fallout in this as well. And he made a film with Hugh Grant. He wrote a film with Hugh Grant in 2020, I think it came out, which I can't remember the name of, but he wrote that. Christopher Nolan didn't help him. And it was trash. And it just seems like he's the ideas guy. Like he came up with the idea for Memento, and Christopher Nolan went, okay, well, if you change this and turn this into this, we can have a good film here. He's the ideas man. But I'm going off track here. But yeah, he is the person behind Westworld, Jonathan Nolan. First season, again, brilliant. Second season, okay, but really kind of flawed. Third season, dog shit. Fourth season, didn't watch it. I was out. I'm going to put it in Flawed Genius. The Nolans are mid without each other. Ooh, I don't know. I think Christopher Nolan is okay without Jonathan. I think Jonathan is toilet without Christopher. But I do think they need each other and they make better work together. So I do agree with that, Vitaphone. All this over a slice of Gaga ball. Hello, Soaked. Yeah, season 1 was cool. After that, that's about it. Totally agree. Complete brain rot after. Yep, completely agree. Westworld, Fallout, Money Heist, good game, all trash. I like Money Heist. I like Money Heist. I like Money Heist. I think it got really stupid towards the end, but I still liked it. And Squid Game was good. Season 1 was good. I liked it. Do you like Fallout? I don't like Fallout. I've got a video reviewing it. I hate Fallout. I think it's absolute trash. Terrible. Terrible filmmaking. Terrible acting. Terrible music. Incessant, annoying 50s music. I know people have said, it's in the game. What? Cool, but I've not played the game. So just putting 50s music in the show, just playing over and over again. I love 50s music. It may be my favorite or second favorite music, but just hearing it over and over again with no reference as to where it's coming from, to me, was annoying as fuck. So yeah, I hate it. Absolutely hate it. Malt 454. The Wire belongs in Sopranos. All in the Family. What's All in the Family, guys? Someone else, I think Jay mentioned that as well. Westworld, Toilet, totally. I like Squid Game. So did I. Squid Game was great. It was good. Squid Game was good. That's more like it. Squid Game. How are you doing this? Every single thing you've turned into some weird pun. Love it. 50s music was only for the game intros. That's it. Yeah, but I didn't play the game, so don't make any, like, me watching it as an outsider. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I'm not going to wait around for 10 episodes to find out what's going on. Right. Westworld, Floor Genius. Next up is Twin Peaks. You guys keep banging on about Twin Peaks, so I better hear some voices in the chat. I better hear some, because I don't know nothing about this show at all. I know it's David Lynch. I'm not the biggest David Lynch fan. I do like Mulholland Drive. I do like Elephant Man, and I do kind of like Blue Velvet. I've not seen his first film, Eraserhead. I've not seen Dune, and I've seen a little bit of the one with the jazz music. The one with the jazz music. So I'm not a huge David Lynch fan, but you guys can talk to me about this show, because I know nothing about it. Peaks is the OG for making it TV. Can use that, broke the mold for what you can do on TV. Can't debate that. I don't know. Twin Peaks goated. Was Dexter tailed off towards the last few seasons, and then also came back and was even worse. So it's not on this list. What is all in the family, guys? Talk to me. What is it? You're gonna make me Google this shit. Let me Google it. All in the Family. What is this? It's got 8.4 on IMDb. It's got Rob Reiner in it. Okay. 1971, eh? Okay. I know nothing about it. Never heard of it. Cool. Curb Your Enthusiasm and Dexter need to be masterful. Come on, Marcus. So Dexter's not on the list. Genius and Curb Your Enthusiasm, I think, should be goated, but everyone else thought it was overrated. So what can I do? What can I do? It's down to you guys, isn't it? Twin Peaks is a classic. Pretty damn iconic. What else we got? What else we got on this? I don't love Lynch either. Also, have you not seen Eraserhead? It's his signature movie. I haven't, and I probably will at some point. I love Elephant Man, and I love Mulholland Drive, so I guess I should check it out at some point. Dexter had 2 shit endings. It did. 2 shit endings. Where did I put it? There we go. I'm going to put it in Masterful. I know nothing about it. Boardwalk Empire. I do know a lot about this. I'm going to put it in Masterful. It is a TV show which ran from like 2010, I want to say, 2011. It stars Steve Buscemi in the lead role, his first major role, because he was in The Sopranos, and he had a little role in The Sopranos, and the showrunner of Terrence Winter, I think, the showrunner of that show, I don't think he was a showrunner, but he was a writer on the show, now was the showrunner of Boardwalk Empire, and he said, I want you to be the lead actor. He went, yes. There we go. It's also got Omar in it from The Wire. So you've got a lot of crossovers between actors between the 2 shows. It's got Michael Pitt in season 1, season 2. Those first 2 seasons are seminal TV. Michael Pitt absolutely crushes it. Those 2 seasons, he is amazing. Stephen Graham, brutal bad boy, should know all about Stephen Graham. He is a Liverpudlian actor, and tremendous as Al Capone in this show. Just everything about this show is mwah. Michael Shannon, who can forget Michael Shannon? Brilliant. Just the whole thing is just, I love it. I love the period piece of the show. Anyone else? Boardwalk Empire, what would you think? Boardwalk Empire was great. Finally recognition. Totally agree. Can I ask, do you think the writing and direction is more difficult for TV movies? I've never directed a TV show. I've directed 5 movies. So I can't say. I would suspect directing a film is harder than a TV show, because with a TV show, you've got a built-in character scheme. You've got a built-in cinematography scheme. Everything's been built in already in a writer's room. So when you're directing a TV show, also there's a directorial style that you can't really deviate away from. So typically, if you're a director on a TV show, you direct maybe 1 episode, maybe 3, maybe 4 out of 12. So it's probably a lot easier. Also, there's not that pressure, that crunch, because if you fuck up 1 episode, it doesn't really matter, because the next episode can fix it, if that makes sense. But if you're making a film, the whole thing's on you. So I would say it's harder to make a film. Masterful is a good place for it. Kelly MacDonald, amazing, from Trainspotting. Amazing. Totally agree. Right. I'm going to leave it here in Masterful. True Detective, the one we've been talking about all evening. I think this is flawed genius, and I'm basing that purely on all the seasons. I can't have... Listen, I understand that technically it's an anthology, but as soon as you place the name True Detective as your show title, I have to consider every single season. It's not a mini series. If it just started off if it's just a mini series, it would be sitting up here in Masterful or Goated. But because it has 2, 3, and 4, it cannot just be those shows. Those seasons, even though they're not the same as season 1, have to be considered. So what we're thinking about True Detective, not just season 1, True Detective, all the seasons. I'm not just having season 1, all the seasons. I'm not having just Goated season 1. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it, guys. I will overrule that, unfortunately. So talk to me. Talk to me. Great Grebo. I totally agree. I think season 1 is very good. I think season 2 is not good. Like, if I had to give it numbers, season 1 is an 8. Season 2 is a 5. Season 3 I've not seen, but Vitaphone says season 3 is pretty good. And I've heard season 4 is like a 2. So just saying. Season 2 was awful, still the worst. Season 1's go to the rest okay. Season 3 was decent, return to form. Okay. True Detective, okay, Marcus. Peaky Blinders is not good. I know I said that. I didn't say that to camera as well. Peaky Blinders is not good. I tried so hard to like this show. I do not like the modern day music in an old show. That doesn't make sense to me. That's just appalling. Appalling. That for me, straight away, kills the conversation. Do not like Peaky Blinders. Flawed Genius, we'll move it later on, but for now, Flawed Genius. 24 is iconic. 24 TV show starring Keith Sutherland. For me, it started off this whole big rush of massive TV shows with big budgets. It is a very seminal TV show. It went on for too long. They even made it in London, and then they brought it back again with a different actor, and it just didn't work. But for the first few seasons, wow. If anyone wants to disagree with me, put it in the chat. I'll come back to it. Sopranos, I think we know Sopranos is going to sit in Masterful. Sopranos is a TV show created by David Chase, who I think is Italian, even though his name's Chase. And it wasn't meant to be as good as it was. Let's put it that way. It had a bunch of nobodies. It had a bunch of somebodies that were nobodies, like Michael Empoli, who plays Spider in Goodfellas. If you've seen Goodfellas, you know the iconic scene where he goes, Tammy, why don't you go and fuck your mother? And something happens to him. And then he appeared in this, and he was fantastic in it. It's got James Gandolfini. It's got Steve Buscemi. It's got the guy from The Matrix, whose name is Joe Polalantino. I can't say his name. It's got a bunch of amazing cameos, a bunch of amazing actors, a bunch of amazing stories. It's great. I'm going to stop talking about it because kind of boring. It's just great. Right. That actually is the end. I need to add Mad Men. So, guys, is anything missing from this list apart from Mad Men? Whilst I'm doing this, I might as well add Star Trek as well. The Next Generation. Any other shows you guys think are missing? Let me know upon the chat. And I will indulge your fantasies. That's a line from a song. If anyone can tell me what the song is, then I will be impressed. But I won't indulge. I won't indulge your fantasies. That's just weird. Right. Mad Men and Star Trek The Next Generation. Oz. Not for me. Legendary. I can't disagree with that. Stranger Things, it's not finished, firstly. And secondly, I stopped watching it after season 2. It's like, this is just some TV shows. Here's the thing. Some TV shows are just rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. Your TV, your thing's not broken. I'm just saying rinse and repeat over and over again. The reason I'm saying that is because Stranger Things is just rinse and repeat. It's just rinse and repeat. They've got a formula. Okay, let's do that again in season 2. Should we do that again in season 4? Yeah, why not? Season 5? Yeah, go on then. Season 6? Yeah, go on then. It's just the same thing over and over again. Walking Dead is rinse and repeat. I love Walking Dead. It's fun, well, to a point, but it's just rinse and repeat. And Stranger Things is rinse and repeat. If anyone can tell me it's not, let me know. 6 Feet Under, BoJack, South Park. South Park's a shout. South Park is a shout. Ozark. No, not Ozark. Not Ozark, unfortunately. I mean, if Breaking Bad's on here, it's going to win, maybe. Ozark is not anywhere near that. Rinse and repeat. Walking Dead. There we go. How about Midnight Mass? I've not seen it. If anyone wants to defend it, X-Files kind of went downhill. Let's put Wednesday just for kicks. I know they're working on season 2. Yeah, I can't put it in there then. Ozark, a lot of Ozark loves in here. Rinse and repeat to satisfy the audience who don't want to change. Totally, which is Stranger Things. I'm not putting it on here. But someone said something that piqued my interest. Who was it? Who piqued my interest? It was... Who was it? It was someone. Can't remember. But something piqued my interest. If anyone can remember what I said, it was 3. Someone came up with 3 shows and it piqued my interest slightly. Here we go. South Park. Lovely. South Park is also going to make it onto this list. Any other TV shows, guys? I had to think of Friends, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air the other day because you guys missed out on a couple of them. So if you've got any other names, speak now or forever hold your peace. Has anyone ever been to a wedding where the priest goes, speak now or forever hold your peace, and then someone's actually spoken? Because I've not. That only applies if you've been to a wedding of Christian or Catholic background. But has anyone been to one? Because I've not. Anyway, so South Park's on the list, and someone, I think Vitaphone said Fraser before, and Kerwin said Fraser now. Oh, wow. Okay. Great. Gibo, talk to me. Tell me the story. Can you write it out? And then I'll get it on screen. That is amazing. Midnight Mass was a little too monologue-y. Sherlock. Rick and Morty. Nah. It was very uncomfortable. I'm sure it was. Tell me more. Narcos. Oh, my God. Is Narcos finished? That's the question. I think it kind of has. I mean, I know South Park's not finished either, but we've got Simpsons on then. I'm inclined to go with these shows that are going on for fucking years. Do you know what I mean? Because it's not going to end, is it? It's cash cow. Rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. Right. Narcos is now on there. Any other shows, guys? Taxi. Ooh. Fraser. Cheers over Fraser. Yeah, I think I think Cheers, Fraser. I don't know. Not for me. Homeland sorry for saying it again, Marcus. Homeland season 1 was fantastic. Season 2 was okay. Season 3, not so good. Season 4, not so good. Season 5, not so good. So I can't do Homeland, I'm afraid. It may have come back. I stopped watching it after like season 3, I think, season 4. Peacemaker is done. I don't like Peacemaker, but it's not about me. It's about you guys, and it's not done. It's still going to come on. So we can't do it yet. Right. Mad Men, I'm going to put into iconic, even though I'm going to put in masterful. True Detective is there. Star Trek Next Generation, you guys can tell me if you think it should be lower than masterful. South Park, I think, is masterful. Even now, it's still funny. Like, what, 20 years? 20 years it's been on TV? It's still funny. And Narcos is masterful. Right, guys, we're down to the last straight. This is it. This is the one. And I think we should have a small little commercial break to celebrate all the hard work we've put in thus far.
They're eating her. And then they're going to eat me. Oh my God!
The Messiah. In fact, I think it's fucking boring. But your voice makes even a hack like Handel seem like a genius. Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Oh dear. Ah, dearie me. That scene. It's just, I keep putting it on, and every time I put it on, I'm like, why have I put that scene on? It's so uncomfortable. Oh, anyway, Ted Lasso's not finished. I don't think so. Maybe it is. Let's just say it's very uncomfortable, and the wedding didn't proceed, but then the ex of the bride got married to each other after 3 months. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. My God. That is fucked up. But I love a happy ending. Not happy for the potential person who didn't get married, but wow. Yet another movie to add to my list. Okay, so I'm going to quickly, I've started a few things here. I'm going to quickly do those now. So Roman said Community and Malcolm in the Middle. I don't think so myself, but this was from a while back, so let's move on. Speculationer, would Star Trek be affected in a positive or negative way if Skydance brought Paramount? I don't know, because I don't watch Star Trek, but maybe Vitaphone or someone else can answer that in the chat. Speculationer again, have you ever watched Lego Ninjago, and what's your opinion about it? I've not seen it, but I love the Lego Movie 1 and 2, which kind of kicked off Chris Pratt being the voice of all cartoon characters. I love those films. Speculation, do you think British and American comedy is different in shows and movies that causes people to lose interest in a movie? So yes, I do think British humor and American humor is very different. Having said that, I laugh at both. I know some people can't do both. Some people only prefer American or British, but I like both. So I do think it's different. You need SpongeBob, guys. What do you think? SpongeBob, should it be on the list? You got Veep, but Thick of It. Okay, there we go. That's the one we're missing. The Thick of It. There we go. Love this. This is where you star shit. There we go. So The Thick of It's in there now. What's next? No Star Trek. LMC, do you mean no Star Trek at all? I don't love Vince either. Have you not seen Eraserhead, the signature movie? Mulholland Drive is overrated trash. I actually like Mulholland Drive. I actually like it. So, yeah. Right, guys, should we do this? Shall we do this? SpongeBob seems to be getting a few loves from a few people, so it may have to come onto this list. And I just downloaded a picture from The Thick of It that doesn't actually work. Well done to me. Right, so guys, what we're going to do next is we are going to go and we're going to put... We've kind of we've kind of made our tier list. I'm going to go through each film, or each TV show, and I'm going to. Sorry, I'm trying to download a picture from the thick of it, and it's not bloody working. And I'm going to now kind of solidify their positions and see if they should be in different parts of the tier or if they're actually indeed in the right parts of the tier. This is in the thick of it. I'm going to put it in iconic, which is where Veep is. Are we doing SpongeBob then, guys? Are we doing SpongeBob? SpongeBob's getting a lot of love. Speaking of SpongeBob, I found out last week Uncle Phil voiced Shredder from Ninja Turtles. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And Bryan Cranston was in Power Rangers. He voiced a character in Power Rangers. There you go. Acolyte is bad. Don't bother. I won't, for sure. Buto Bad Boy. Oh, dear. Paul Smith. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Right. So, guys, if you're in the chat having a bit of a tussle, that's absolutely fine. But let's do it in a nice way. Let's keep things professional. As Steve Buscemi says in Reservoir Dogs, you're not being fucking professional, man. Come on, just simmer down, simmer down, simmer down, simmer down. There's no need for any violence in the chat. Yeah, guys? Is there a Brazzers thumb? Brazzers? Where's the Brazzers thumbnail? Right, so let's start at the bottom. Floor Genius, Erie, Indiana. I think it's fine. It's not going any higher than that. Game of Thrones, I think we've discussed that already. It's not going any higher than that. Lost, definitely not going any higher than that. Mindhunters, definitely not going higher than that. Mr. Robot, I think is overrated. I'm going to put it in overrated. And next up is Sliders, fine down here. Westworld, fine down here. True Detective, fine down here, but you guys may want to argue that in a bit. Overrated. Ozark, no, Dark, not Ozark. Friends, Seinfeld, this is sacrilege. And the Pacific and Mr. Robot. So, guys, what do you think about overrated? Do you think Dark should be higher than that? Hello, Ben. Yeah, guys, keep it professional. Keep it fucking professional, okay? Yeah, any higher than that. Any higher than that with Dark. Regular Show, Adventure Time, better than SpongeBob. Hello, Matthew. Good to see you again. Dark up to iconic. Any other Darks? It's an amazing list. Yeah, totally, guys. Amazing tier list. As always, you guys are undefeated. How I Met Your Mother is funnier than Friends. Fight Me, I've not seen it. Well, I watched a few episodes. Didn't think it was that funny. Dark is masterful. Any other takers for Dark? Otherwise, I've only got two people here. Well, you know what? If they said something, then great. I'm going to put it in iconic, and we may move it again. Friends, any higher than this? I think it should be higher than overrated. It's weird that you guys think Friends is overrated. That's madness. Come on. Any other? Let me make a case for it. We've not got many comedies on here. We have South Park, which is sitting in masterful because I put it there. We got iconic with Simpsons. I think Friends is better than Simpsons. The Simpsons. So I don't know. You guys let me know. Let me know what you think. I think Friends is iconic, no better. I totally agree. Friends was awful. Friends wasn't awful. We can go iconic. Friends iconic. Okay, cool. Let's do it. Next up is Seinfeld, which is just sacrilege. This is the most sacrilegious thing that you guys have said ever. Apart from Vitaphone, who about half an hour ago said that, what show was it? I can't even, Succession is better than Breaking Bad. I mean, we're going to have that debate in a minute. So I'm going to leave that simmering on the barbecue, and we'll come back to it and pick it up and see if it's still simmered or burnt. I think it's burnt, but we'll come back to that. Overrated Seinfeld? What is going on here? But again, if you guys think Seinfeld's overrated, then I'm going to go with your vote. I can only go with your vote. But if Friends has now been bumped up, then Seinfeld needs to be bumped up. Come on. Seinfeld isn't funny. We changed the name as well. Bootle, no, I thought it was Bootle Bad Boy, but it's not. It's Bootle Bad Boy. Stays in overrated. Oh, no, Ramon. You think Sunny is better than Seinfeld?
You get your fucking hands off me. You get your fucking hands off me.
Ramon, I thought we were friends. I didn't know you were going to do me dirty like that. I didn't know that was going to happen. Wow. Wow. I don't love Sunny, but it's not fit to lace Seinfeld's boots. Wow. Guys, Seinfeld is iconic. Yeah, I don't find oh my God. Seinfeld L. It's looking like an L. Wow. I just did. Both Seinfeld and Sunny overrated trash. I don't agree with that. Overrated trash. Sunny's dystopian ripoff of Seinfeld is it's still good though. Still good. Just realized half like Denzel. Sunny should be in there, but Seinfeld's iconic. Iconic. You know what? Sunny should be in here. I'm going to put it in there. Goated. Kerwin, I agree with you. I can't have Seinfeld overrated. I'm sorry, guys. I just can't live with myself. I even think it's masterful. I'm sorry, but it is. It wouldn't be so many other comedies without it. But yeah. Anyway, Sunny in Philadelphia will now shortly be entering this list. In the meantime, we still have Mr. Robot. So what are we thinking about Mr. Robot? Are we thinking Mr. Robot should stay in overrated? Because I think it's hella overrated. I think it's fucking awful. I think it's bloody awful. There's some really amazing things about it. Like the cinematography is really good. The first season's really good. But then after that, I'm kind of done with giving it praise, to be honest with you. So what do you guys think? Mr. Robot. Is it staying? Is it going? Sunny in Philadelphia is going to iconic. Terrible Bennett. Okay. And that just leaves the next section, which is if you got Band of Brothers, I think iconic is fine. Curb, I think is higher than that. But okay, Curb. What are you thinking about Curb? I think Curb should be in Masterful, but what do you think? What do you guys think? Master Marcus, when you're a fangirl Fight Club, then Mr. Robot is just Fight Club, really, total Fight Club. Sunny to Masterful, bloody hell. we'll get there. We'll get there. Right now, we're talking about Curb, and I don't think you guys want to move Curb. Curb should be next to Seinfeld. Totally agree. Curb is pretty masterful. Totally agree. Curb's gone up. Deadwood. For your phone, I'm with you on Deadwood. Masterful. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Do you guys think it should go down? Because I know you're not going to think it goes up. Do you think Fresh Prince of Bel-Air should go up or down? What we thinking, guys? Fresh Prince. Ramon, you're just... How can you think that Curb is worth... I can understand Seinfeld, because Seinfeld is like, 90s comedy. I get it. I get it that you think Philadelphia is better than Seinfeld. I get that you think that. Not that I think that. I get that you think that. Curb Your Enthusiasm is way... I can categorically say it's way better than Bloody... It's Always Sunny and Bloody. Up. Dr. Phil. Fresh Prince Days. Fresh Prince is rotten. Rotten to the core, I say. Fresh Prince over Friends and Seinfeld. I kind of don't know if I agree. Fresh Prince stays. Prince is overrated as hell. I think it stays there then. Right. MASH is going to stay there. I think you guys maybe want this to move. Silicon Valley. Do you want it to go to maybe Flawed Genius maybe, or overrated? I'd love to keep it here, but it's not my tier list. I'm just here to facilitate. You guys are here to make choices. So you guys make your choices. I'm not going to argue for it anymore because I don't need to. I think it's a good enough show without me arguing for it. But yeah, iconic. I don't know. On paper, I should like her, but when I watched it, I didn't. I needed. Yeah, I mean, watch it again. Keep watching it until you like it. Keep watching it until you like it. Yeah, any takers for Silicon Valley, or are we keeping it there? It's iconic. Cool, stays there. Simpsons iconic. Not going any higher, any lower. A-Team definitely stays there. The Leftovers I want to put here, so I'm going to put it there, and we can bump it down if we need to. The Shield I want to put it here, so I'm going to put it there. The Wonder Years, I know Kerwin loves this, but if anyone else can debate and maybe fight for this particular show, otherwise it just needs to stay there, really. Twilight Zone can stay there. Veep. So this is the problem. We have Veep and we have In the Thick of It. So I'll come back to that in a bit. 24 can stay here. It's just iconic. It's not masterful. Always Sunny, I think iconic. It's been one of the longest running TV shows of all time, but I don't think it is masterful in its own way, but all right, so let's do this. Veep versus In the Thick of It. I prefer Veep, but there are moments in the thick of it that are funnier than the best of Veep. Does that make sense? So In the Thick of It is weird because it's not always that funny. And I've watched it again. I'm not particularly laughing that much. When I watch Veep, I laugh more. But when I laugh in the thick of it, it's funnier. The laughs are higher than they are in Veep. So what are you guys thinking? Veep or In the Thick of It? The Wonder Years perfectly captures adolescence as arguably the most relatable show, irrespective of which generation you belong to. Extremely well acted and narrated. Totally agree with you, but I've not seen it since I was a kid. I remember seeing it as a kid thinking, I think it's good, but I'm not sure. So unless someone else can back it up, it has to stay there. Iconic Wonder Years, don't hurt either. Yep, songs are great as well. 24 is 42 backwards, and the Bible God hates 42. The Thick of It. Okay, cool. What I'm going to do, I think they're both iconic. So I'm going to put In the Thick of It ahead of Veep. There we go. Hopefully that makes everyone happy. Hopefully. Right. This is where we're going to have some fun. So guys, this is the fun part of the segment. Any show in Masterful can be goated. And what's going to happen is I want you guys now to type in the names of these masterful shows that you think should be goated. I'm going to bring them up and then I'm going to put them against each other. And then we're going to bring the ones down that lose. And at this point, I can actually introduce the polling system as well. So what do you think should be bumped up to goated? I finally found one of those scenes cut from time to time, but I don't know how to allow you to link in the chat. Kenny, I'm going to star that and I'll come back to it. I think I know. Yeah, so what do you think? Sopranos? Yes, for sure. Sopranos. Where's Sopranos? There we go. Sopranos is now up. What else? What else, guys? Breaking Bad, most goated. Yep, Breaking Bad, up. Anything else, guys? Anything else? Succession, oh, for fuck's sake. Succession's gone up. Twin Peaks. I mean, yeah. Okay, Twin Peaks is up. What else, guys? What else? Shameless. Wow, was not expecting that. Great. Love that. That's cheered me up. After putting Twin Peaks and Succession in goated, I now am cheered up by Shameless going in there. But I will say that Succession is better than Shameless. I prefer Shameless, but Succession is better than Shameless. So I'm just being objective. Twin Peaks in Band of Brothers for me. Well, Band of Brothers can't go up any further. Sorry, Kenny, because it's not in the right section. But I've put Twin Peaks in there. Star Trek TOS, the original. Is it in there? Okay, cool. All right. Mad Men. Oh my God. Yes, of course, Mad Men. Get out of here. Mad Men for sure. Anything else? Anything else, guys? Any documentary series represented here? Anyone feel it should be one of the best docu-series I've ever watched is Up series. Forgot. Okay, I've never heard of it, actually. I can't think of any documentary series as well. But if you can think of any more, let me know. Haven't seen Shameless. So haven't seen Shameless, so Shameless is better. I think it's going to lose. Anything else? Anything else? Boardwork for Vita phone. Totally agree with that. What else is left? Narcos is masterful for me. I'm putting Better Call Saul in here as well. I love Justified, but I don't even think it should be a masterful. I'm going to bring it down to here. See, guys, I'm just being so objective here. It's my favorite TV show, and I've just brought it down to iconic. So when I'm making arguments for these shows, just know that I am being as objective as possible. I'm kind of standing back and I'm going, okay, this is why it's good. I'm trying to be as down the line as possible here. Any other shows here? I don't think The Shield should be there. Leftover shouldn't be there. And I think Narcos has got a case, but it's just maybe the first 2 seasons. Even after that, it's still good, but those first 2 seasons were the best. And The Wire, which I'm so shocked you guys have not said The Wire. Right, cool. Right. So, shall we do this, guys? Shall we do this? I think we bloody well should. So how this is going to work is I'm going to pick out a show, and then I'm going to pit it up against another show, and I'm going to go from there. And I think the best way we're going to do this is put Twin Peaks against another show. And to do that, I am going to make a poll. I am going to make a bloody poll. End the show one, start a new one. So we got Twin Peaks, and I'm going to put it up against. I'm going to put it up against Star Trek, the original series. There we go. Cool. So let me try and argue the case for these series. It's going to be difficult because I have not seen either one of them. So it's going to be very difficult. Twin Peaks is David Lynch. It's an 80s, 90s. I think it's come back recently. I think it came back in the 2000s. VitaPhone can fact check me on that. I've not seen anything to do with Twin Peaks, but I've heard it's good. Star Trek is iconic because I didn't put Star Trek Next Generation in here, did I? Star Trek is iconic because it is one of the first ever sci-fi TV shows that really worked, and it's still going to this day and has a huge fan base and, you know, all that shit. I haven't seen these shows, so I can't really argue for them. What are we thinking, guys? What are we thinking? So in the poll now, there is a vote. You can vote for what you think should win. And you can also, if you want to speak about it as well, I can read through your words of wisdom. Why I've never seen it but heard it's a good thing. Won't say a bad word against it. This is cool. I think it's so cool. White noise. Love it. So what are we voting for, guys? The Return was 2017. That was subtle. That was subtitled for Twin Peaks. Okay. What are we voting for? What are we voting for? Twin Peaks is winning. 13 votes. Wow. You guys are... You know what, guys? First of all, if you've not hit the like button, please do. That's me asking for something from you. A little simple favor. Please hit the like button. If you've not subscribed to the channel, please do as well. If you've not seen my videos and you like what I'm doing here, do watch my videos because I do the same thing in the videos, but it's a bit more nuanced because, you know, this is live. And then also just huge love to you guys because, like, wow, the votes just straight away like that. You guys are just fucking incredible. Look at this, 50-50. 50-50, 14 votes, 50-50. Twin Peaks 50, Star Trek 50. So I need more. Give me more. More. I need more. Give me some more words, guys. That's my impression of the Doctor from Star Trek. Can he do it, Captain? Can he do it? Come on, guys. What are we doing? Still 14. I need one more vote. One more vote, and then we have a winner. And I can move on from these two shows I know nothing about. Can't even say anything because I know nothing about them. I need one more vote. So if you're in the chat, and you are participating via the art of being a passive viewer. I love that. Please keep doing that. But please also right now become less passive and vote so that we can get past this one, because it's on 50-50 and I don't know either of these two TV shows. And if it's 50-50, then we've got a bit of a deadlock, and then we're stuck here until we come off a deadlock, which is a bit of an awkward situation to be in. So that'll teach me to do a poll. And no, someone hasn't seen both. I'm going to have to decide, I guess. I'm going to have to decide. Wow. Scotty, the engineer accent. Isn't he a doctor? Oh, yeah, no, he is. Yes, Dr. McCoy is a doctor, isn't he? He's like, what did he say? Jim, I can't do that. I can't do that, Jim. Yeah, and the doctor says something completely different. We cannot do that, Captain. There we go. Got the vote. Twin Peaks, you win. I'm not waiting around for someone else to vote, so it comes. so it's tied again. It's not happening. We are immediately moving on because I don't care about these shows. And I shouldn't be saying that because I'm meant to be the voice of reason, but I do not care. Right, there we go. Star Trek, you will live down here. You'll be first on this list. Right, what's next? What's next? I am going to be a little bit random. And I think I know that Shameless is not going to win this, so let's just get rid of it straight away. Let's put Mad Men up against Shameless. Let me end this poll and make a new one. And then I don't even need to write this, do I? Shameless and Mad Men. What are we saying, guys? Please do not have a draw again. Come on. Come on. What we doing? Hit me up with them votes. So let me argue for them. Shameless, as I said before, is my second favorite TV show ever. I just absolutely love it. I love William H. Macy. When I was growing up, I loved him in Fargo. I loved him in Boogie Nights. I loved him in Magnolia. Is he in Paul Thomas Anderson's first film? No, he's not. But he's an amazing Indies 90s actor. He's also really good with David Mamet dialogue as well. Love the guy. Absolutely love him. I think he's like 75 or something. He looks like he's in his 50s. Amazing. Amazing cast. So fun. The dialogue's on point. The acting's on point. The direction's on point. The atmosphere's on point. It lasted for like, I don't know, fucking 10 seasons or whatever. And it's still as good in season 1 as it was in season 10, which is just incredible. And then we have Mad Men, which is just masterful. Masterful TV. The best period drama alongside Boardwalk Empire I've ever seen, maybe better than Boardwalk Empire. I'm still watching it now. I started rewatching season 7 recently, and just the cadence and the nuance and the acting and the hair and the political messages that are really not in your face, and it's tremendous. It's one of the best TV shows ever made, and right now it's winning the poll. So I think just by way of extension, it's crushing the poll. Shameless is popped down here. There we go. Right. Next up is. Ooh. Next up is. Twin Peaks will be going up against Breaking Bad. Twin Peaks will be going up against Breaking Bad. And I think I know how this is going to end. It's going to be a messy one, isn't it? Twin Peaks, Peak Twins, and Breaking Bad. Guys, what are we saying? Breaking Bad is TV show by Vince Gilligan. Started in the late 2000s, I want to say. Maybe it was the early 2010s. Can't remember. Bryan Cranston is the lead role. Giancarlo Esposito is the antagonist. But I guess really, technically speaking, Bryan Cranston's the antagonist. Brilliant show. Perfect show about character study, motivations. Just what it puts you in a position so many times where you're thinking, what would I do in that situation? There's an amazing scene. I don't want to spoil it for anyone, but there's an amazing scene. I think it's the episode season 4 where Walt is captured by, I forgot the name of the old guy, Mike, and he puts him in chains against a radiator, and I'm thinking, damn, okay, how's Walt going to get out of this? And he gets out of it, and I'm like, and the way he gets out of it, it's so science based, and because they've led up to that moment over the course of 3 or 4 seasons, I believe everything that I see. I don't go, oh, he could never do that. I go, yeah, he can do that. He can do that. Great show. Amazing show. You guys are saying Breaking Bad destroys Twin Peaks with 14 votes. So I guess Twin Peaks leaves the conversation. Breaking Bad began in 2008. Okay. Love that. Fun fact, Vince Vaughn met Bryan Cranston on X-Files. I knew that. So, Brutal Bad Boy, I'm worried that is the case, but for the last 2, I'm not going to do a vote. So that will solve that problem instantly. Absolutely instantly. In fact, I might do a 3-way vote if I do a vote. Twin Peaks is getting crushed, as you may see in the poll. So that means that we get rid of it down here. It will sit here in front of, in fact, sit here, won't it? There we go. Okay, now we're down to some crushing results. You know what, guys? You've not said Luther. I'm surprised. Luther's a really good TV show. Has anyone seen Luther in the chat? I completely forgot about Luther. I'm doing a video today about Idris Elba, and I was talking about how he makes really bad movie choices. Like, all these films are awful. And I was like, his TV shows are pretty good though, like The Wire and Luther. Has anyone seen Luther? Why is it not on this list? I love Luther. It's better than some of the shows on this list. What have we done? We completely fucked up. Idris Elba is overrated. Whoa. Never seen it. Watch it. It's so good. It's better than what's it better than? It's better than Band of Brothers. It's better than Twilight Zone. It's better than Dark. It's better than 24, maybe. Yeah, it's better than 24. Better than Mr. Fucking Robot. I'll tell you that. Interesting. Okay. He was in The Office. He was indeed. Yes, I enjoyed Luther, but you don't. I do like it. I do like him. Luther is dope, but The Wire takes care of that. Yeah, it's true. Email link for YouTube, if that's okay. Yeah, sure. Kenny, go for it. I haven't got my emails up right now, but I will look at it in a bit. Go for it. I was going to give you a link, then we can have a private chat on the thingy, but it's fine. We can do it that way as well. Right, guys, we are going to put Mad Men up against... Oh, God, this is tricky now. Okay, Mad Men up against Better Call Saul. In fact, fuck it. We're going to put... Sorry for my language if you're underage. You shouldn't be here anyway. We're going to put this show, and I'm going to successfully, and you may know what the show is based on what I just said, successfully, I'm going to put it up against... I'm going to do this because I'm a bit of a CUNT. I'm a bit of a CUNT. I don't... I'm going to put it up against Sopranos, but that's just silly. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to put it up against... I'm trying to manipulate this system. I know what's going to happen. If I put it up against The Wire, because none of you have seen The Wire, it's going to lose. And I can't have that. So I'm manipulating... Yes, I am. I'm manipulating the situation a little bit here. I'm being a little bit cheeky. But it's tricky, because I don't want to get rid of Mad Men. And I know it's going to beat Mad Men. Fuck it. Let's do it. If it's going to go, it's going to go, right? So why am I delaying it? Mad Men. Right. So. Sorry, Visa. Sorry. I stopped. That was rude. Wow, Marcus. Hello, Marcus. We have the same name, although people do spell my name like you do, but it's not spelt the same way you do. But good to meet you. I don't think you've been on here before, so great to meet you. Where are you from? Looks like you're from somewhere, Denmark. I'm going to say you're from Denmark. Let me know, Marcus. Right. So, just realized we've been on for 2 hours and a half, which is fine. It's like typical for us. Let's do this. What are we doing? We've got, oh, wow. Succession is losing to It's getting crushed by Mad Men. Getting absolutely crushed. Let me argue the case for Succession. I don't want to, but let me argue the case for Succession. So let's get this straight. I love Succession. Every season was wonderful. It's flawless. Absolutely flawless. The dialogue is brilliant. If you guys have seen a show called Peep Show, it's written by the person who did, one of the guys who did Peep Show, Jesse Armstrong. It's a British writer, and he wrote this show. So I'm very much familiar with the writers, and I'm very much familiar with the show and love it. Got amazing actors in the show as well. It tells the story of the Murdoch family. Let's just call it the Murdoch family. And it's sarcastic, it's dry, it's cutting, it's dramatic, it's sad, it's perfect exploration of characterization through this family who are so dysfunctional. It's got wonderful cameos left, right, and center. It's really good. And then Mad Men, I've spoken about already. So, but it appears, and I'm not making this up, it appears that Succession has lost, which I agree with. Maybe in 5 years' time, Succession will have more of a chance. I just think it's a bit new, really. So that leaves us with some powerhouses here, guys. You guys are so damn epic. So damn epic. I did not sabotage the situation. So I could have put Sopranos against Succession, which would have really sabotaged the situation. And I changed my mind. My little angel on my shoulder said, please don't do that. Don't sully the wonderful chat. Finland. I know someone from Finland as well. Yes, I do know someone from Finland. Very small country. Not many people from Finland. Good to have you on board, my friend. Good to have you on board. Buto Bad Boy, why are you here then? What's the point of commenting? NL, Buto Bad Boy is causing some trouble tonight. Guys, so just think about your favorite TV shows and your favorite movies. There's always an antagonist who says things that you guys don't like, but you think, but he's not, don't particularly agree, but he's making things more fun, like Raphael in the Turtles, or Wolverine in all the Wolverine shit. Like, there's always someone who's just a little bit, says something, and it's like, oh, I don't like that, but it might be true. You know, if you like football, Roy Keane's like that, and you're like, why did he say that for? But I kind of agree. Brutal Bad Boy is that person. Show him some love. Just take his words and just argue back. Just have some fun. That's what I do in life. Like, someone's being a bit of a, they're not saying the things that you specifically agree with. As long as they're not personally attacking me, I can argue with them. You know, there's nothing wrong with being a bit of a contrarian. And I love me some Brutal Bad Boy. So, it's Shakespearean and brilliant take on post-cap world we live in. Totally agree, Vitaphone, but it's gone. Well, I'm glad Men Men won. I really am, but really shocking given how... Yeah, I'm so surprised by that. Vitaphone, I did not do anything to that vote. I swear. That's what happened in the vote, and I'm so sad that it's gone. Next up is... Ooh, do you know what? I'm going to be a bit of a... No, I'm not. I'm going to put Sopranos versus Breaking Bad, which would just be a bit of a CUNT move, but we can wait. Better Call Saul, which I've been trying to hang on to, I'm going to put it up against The Wire. Better Call Saul, The Wire. Oh, God, I really hope you guys don't vote out The Wire. Fuck. That would be catastrophic. Okay, Better Call Saul, The Wire. But I mean, if it loses, it loses. It was inevitable, wasn't it? It is inevitable. It is inevitable. If anyone knows what that's from, let me know. Excuse the bad accent. Better Call Saul all day long. So, guys, what are we saying? So, I said before, Better Call Saul is a prequel. No, it's not. It's kind of a prequel and a sequel to Breaking Bad, and it has no right to be as good as it was. And The Wire, for me, is just life. It's like watching life unfold in front of your very eyes, and no TV show ever. And I want to say no visual narrative piece has ever done that, even in film, because film typically takes place over 2 to 3, sometimes 4 hours. This took place over, I don't know, there's like 10 episodes a season, 12 episodes a season. So like maths, like 100 hours, 120 hours. And it gets things so perfectly right. And The Wire is winning with 71% of the votes. Wowzers. Hello, Dalmart. Dalmart, first of all, hello. Season 4, is that the season with the teachers and the kids? Let me know. You have to allow 2 slots for the GOAT. I can't. It can only be one GOAT, the greatest of all time. The greatest of all time, not the greatest of all time. Return of the Jedi. Team America. No. You guys are guessing I'll do it again. It is inevitable. Excuse the accent again. It is inevitable. Sidekick amazing. Barksdale. It will be accessed in the Messenger future. Godfather. Yep, totally agree. Vitaphone. Totally agree. There you go. No, Vitaphone, you're so close. You're so close. You're just one off. You're trying to do an Arnold. I'm not trying. I'm successfully doing an Arnold. That's what I'm doing. But it's not from Terminator 2. So can anyone guess what it's from? It is inevitable. T3 is. It's he says it a few times, but he says it at the end when something happens. I don't want to spoil it for anyone. Something happens at the end, which is kind of shocking at the end. It's pretty not a bad film, actually. Not a bad film. Claire Danes. Back to Claire Danes. Everything leads to Claire Danes. Right. Just so you guys know, The Wire did indeed win. And that means we see the end of Better Call Saul, which is a real shame because I really like that show. I think it's nearly as good as Breaking Bad, which by way of theory should be higher on the list. But that's because I'm protecting these 2 shows, Boardwalk Empire and Mad Men, which I'm not going to lie to you, probably would have been off this list already had I put them up against something good. But here we go. Mad Men versus Boardwalk. I can never get this right. I'm going to say Boardwalk Empire. What are we thinking? I've spoken about them already. I'm not going to go on about them again. You guys just have your little vote. In the meantime, I'm going to read your comments and stuff. There is such scene in Team America, but Kim Jong saying it. Really? Really, Kenny? Love Team America. Succession is already overrated. I think it totally is overrated. And I'm only saying that based on what people think of it right now. In 5 years' time, maybe it will be one of the best TV shows ever. No Shame in Masterful. Before you put BB up against Sopranos, I need to say something. Vitaphone, say away. Say away. If I catch it, then I'll star it, and then I'll say it before I put them up against each other. Right, this is a 50-50 on 12 votes. Guys, keep voting. So if you just joined the stream, please hit the like button. If you've not watched this channel before, I invite you to subscribe. You don't have to subscribe. If you only just come onto the channel for the first time, you're like, oh, what's going on over there? There's a TV poll tear thing, and I want to see what's going on. And you're like, okay, well, this person's spitting some facts, and the chat's really popping off. Maybe I want to stick around. So I invite you to subscribe. There's some really good videos on the channel. I also invite you to subscribe to Vitaphone, who's been massively supportive towards the channel. Jay's not here right now, but Jay's also hugely supportive. He might be here, actually. He's hugely supportive to the channel. And please subscribe to those guys. And yeah, hit the like button. Hit that like button. Hit the like button. Sopranos, actual GOAT. Maybe. Brutal Bad Boy. Quick question. Can't you vote? Let me know. What's going on? Because I know there's a bit of a tiff going on. There you go. You are here. Bit of a lover's tiff going on because, well, I don't know what's going on. But yeah, can you not vote? Let me know. Let me know, Brutal Bad Boy. Mad Men is winning right now. It's very narrow. It's 14 votes. It's 57% to Mad Men. It's 43. No, it's gone up again. Mad Men is 60% on 15 votes. Anyone else want to vote? I think when it gets to 17, we'll call it a day because it can still go either way. If you've just joined, I can see more people have just joined. We're doing a vote right now. Mad Men versus Boardwalk Empire. The one that loses goes down to the tier below. The one that wins fights it off in the last 4, I think it is. Yeah, it will be the last 4, which is going to be absolutely freaking epic. And I think what I'm going to do is when we get rid of the next film, that TV show, we're going to have 3, a vote of 3. I'm not going to stick to the vote or the polls. I'm going to be a little bit more sneaky than that, if that's okay with you guys. Otherwise, it's kind of boring. But yeah, what are we thinking? I couldn't vote because I hadn't seen the other. Oh, I see. But you can vote. Okay, cool. Right, we're on 16 votes. One more vote. I think it's pretty conclusive at this point. I think the Mad Men has won, unless there's some last flurry of votes for Boardwalk Empire. I think last flurry of votes. Here we go. On Vitaphone, I'm going to star all these comments, and I will read them just before we do the last one. Right, cool, guys. Oh wow, Boardwalk Empire is making a bit of a fight back. So we got 17 votes. If someone else votes for Boardwalk Empire, it's probably going to be on 43 or 45, 55. If 2 people vote, then it's going to be 50-50. So I might hang about. If you've just joined, first of all, welcome. Introduce yourself. Just say hi, and I'll say hi back. Maybe also, guys, at some point before we leave, we can all work out where everyone's from. I love working out where people are from. Finland was an amazing one. Hello to Marcus again. Malt45454. I once had some running shoes. So did I. So I think I still do. Probably missed the context of what you're saying there, or maybe you just felt like putting it out there. Either way, thank you. So we're on 17 votes. I don't think anyone else is going to vote. So am I going to end the poll? I think I'm going to end the poll. Guys, Mad Men has officially won. And Boardwalk Empire will sit. You know what? It doesn't really need to sit there. It can like sit here-ish. I think before Twin Peaks. There we go. Right. This is the huge one. Okay. Right, here's what I'm going to do. I think it's pretty obvious at this point, and we knew this from the beginning. It's a real shame it's so obvious, but because I just feel like a waste of 3 hours. But The Sopranos, Breaking Bad, and The Wire are universally thought of as the best shows of all time. I think Mad Men, not many people remember it, so maybe the longevity of it just hasn't lasted. But if you think about it, if you've seen it, if you think about it deeply, Don Draper is one of the best protagonist ever. But those first 3 on this list are definitely thought of by the general populace as being the best shows ever made. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put Mad Men up against The Wire, because I think Breaking Bad and Sopranos will beat it. So I'm going to put it up against The Wire. So Kevin, good to meet you from London. What part of London? Is that too much information? No, you can tell me. I'm from London as well. NL, I'm going to actually star that in a second. So Mad Men is going up against The Wire, and I want you guys to decide which one. It's AMC's Mad Men against HBO's The Wire. What are we thinking? And both editions of Rolling Stone 100 great shows of all time. All 4 of these shows appear in the top 10. NL, you're a genius, mate. Thank you very much for that. I've not even looked at the top 100 lists, but that actually may go a long way to showing us who actually, or what we think in correlation to the Rolling Stone magazine. So when we finish doing the tier list, NL, if you could let me know what came first, second, third in the Rolling Stone list, that'd be great. Okay. Is it down to the wire? Love that, Jay. Love that. So, guys, The Wire or Mad Men, get your votes in. Got 15 votes already. You guys are just undefeated. You're amazing. I love you guys so much. In fact, I love you. I love you so much. I love you unconditionally so much that you're going to get a beautiful, beautiful. That's how much I love you guys. Right. We have got any more votes because I think it's pretty conclusive. I don't see Mad Men. Oh, it's gone down. Someone else voted. It's going up. Mad Men's going up. It's going up. This is exciting. Any more votes for Mad Men? I think 17 is the most votes we've had so far. So if you guys could, there's I think 35 of you in here. So if you guys are passively watching, as I said before, and you want to save Mad Men, now's your chance because in about a minute, another vote. 18 is now the most we've had. In about a minute or so, I'm going to be getting rid of Mad Men. It's going to be tragic for Don Draper. He's used to winning, but he can't have it all, can he? Any other votes? Any other votes? I guess not. I guess we are going to end the poll with a resounding 61% to The Wire. And Jay's right. It went down to The Wire. So Mad Men and then Better Call Saul and then Succession. That will make Vitaphone happy. Look, it's 6. Best TV show ever. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, cool. Guys, this is the last 3. I'm going to read what Vitaphone says or said just a few seconds ago. He said, right. A new show about Family Man, Dark Secret, and second. Maybe I've missed a little bit of this, Vitaphone. The show has true. I have missed a bit of this, actually. Oh, dear. The show is true. Okay, so Vitaphone, do me a favor. Let me know what show that is you're talking about, the one I've got on screen. And I'm going to read it out. And then we will jump into the vote. And this vote will be the last vote of the evening, and it will be the 3 films against each other. And as I said before, I may not just allow the vote to be the last deciding factor. I may have to jump in a little bit. But I think what Vitaphone's trying to do here is he's trying to fight the case of one of the shows. I think he's trying to fight the case of... you got it right. Guess which show I'm talking about. Okay. A new show about a family man who has a dark secret and a second family, which is the main struggle between his underworld family and still with the rivals, law enforcement being... Okay. I see what you're saying. I finally see what you're saying. You're basically saying that Sopranos and Mad Men are basically the same narrative, I believe. That's what you're trying to say. And I do not disagree. The way you framed it there, cannot disagree with you at all. I think that's absolutely true. Right. Guys, I'm going to make the poll. In the meantime, enjoy yourselves with a little bit of fun. I didn't make the poll. I didn't make the poll. I just realized when I posted that, I posted the whole video on the last stream, and whoever owns that video was like, "You can't do that." So I'm going to copyright strike you. Well, not copyright strike. I'm going to demonetize your video. So I just thought to myself, should I get this video demonetized or shall I keep playing it? I think I will not do that. So we'll put something else on
This
instead.
motherfucker don't miss.
No, he's fucking good.
That motherfucker don't miss, man.
He's good.
In the heat of battle, he don't miss.
No.
In the heat of controversy, he don't miss.
No.
That is for the Vitaphone. Okay, guys. So we have got the poll about to go live right to the second. And I think I will quickly talk about all three. So, first things first. First things first. So, what's first in the post? What's the poll? Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad. I've spoken about it already. I'm not going to keep speaking about it, but one of the best TV shows ever. Of course, the narrative is so clean, so tight. They didn't go on for seasons just to get a cash grab. Amazing show. Sopranos shouldn't have been as good as it was. It was one of the first, along with 24, one of the first TV shows to really expand what a TV show can do, and is, like Vitaphone says, very similar to Breaking Bad in narrative. It's all about a protagonist and his struggle to break free of himself more than anything else. And on top of that, he's trying to almost fix himself internally because he knows he's broken. He knows he's got trauma. I think it deals with trauma a lot better than Breaking Bad. But having said that, Breaking Bad, Walt's journey is all about the trauma. It's all about his sense of feeling like he's a bit of a geek. All about his sense of like feeling like he's always been undercut in life. Because there's an amazing scene where he talks to his wife in the last season. I don't want to spoil it for anyone, but just a quick one. He speaks to his wife in the last season after many things have happened. And she says, "You didn't do this for the money, did you?" And he finally admits that he didn't. It was all about his own ego. So I feel like because in Sopranos, our lead character has a psychologist and he's talking to her for most of the series, we get to know a little bit more about his psychosis and the way he thinks and his traumas. Whereas in Breaking Bad, it's only hinted upon a couple of times, and you have to kind of work that things out yourself. And Breaking Bad leaves a lot more to the imagination, and allows you to work things out yourself. So when you get to where Walt's got, you're like, wow, he did that because of that. Incredible show. And I remember, I think I gave you an example of moments where Walt's in a situation where he feels like he's going to lose, and he always gets out of it. And Vince Gilligan said that the way they did that was by putting him in impossible situations in the first place. And in the writer's room, they would go, okay, he's in this impossible situation. He's going to die. How can we get him out of that? And I wish more shows would do that. But they don't. Anyway, how's this vote looking? And for The Wire, I've spoken about The Wire all evening. I think it's the best show ever. Although the poll is not thinking so. The poll is thinking Breaking Bad. We're on 18 votes. I wonder if we're going to get any more. But The Wire has got 28%, Sopranos has got 28%, and Breaking Bad has got 44%. And honestly, I'm not mad at either one of these winning. I think, and again, I'm being objective, I'm standing away. I prefer Breaking Bad. If I had to make a list of my favorite shows out of these, Breaking Bad, I enjoy watching more than Sopranos and The Wire. I could watch Breaking Bad again and again. I struggle to watch Sopranos again and again. I struggle to watch The Wire again and again, but I can watch Breaking Bad over and over again. But I do think The Wire, just from a technical standpoint, is way better. No, not way better. Is marginally better than either one of these. But it doesn't seem like my thought counts because we have a bit of a tie at this minute in time. If anyone else wants to jump in and vote, we just had 19 votes. So The Wire is now, maybe I just fought for The Wire and you guys thought, okay, I'm going to vote for that. So I might fight for some more. Another vote. So The Wire a minute ago was ahead of Breaking Bad. It's no longer ahead of Breaking Bad. Sorry, it was ahead of Sopranos. It's no longer ahead of Sopranos. It's now a tie between those two. So we do need a second and third place, I feel. So if anyone else is watching and want to vote for either one of these three amazing TV shows, do jump onto the poll. In the meantime, if you have voted already, do hit the like button. If you've made comments and stuff, like, for example, Kenny's made a comment here. He's tagged me. And I will star that right now. If you want to jump in and say something, ask me a question, whatever, I'm very happy to answer that. But I would love some more votes on this poll, guys. There's 39 of you in here right now. We're down to the wire, not the show. We're down to the wire. Breaking Bad and Sopranos, and we're literally down to the wire because this is the end of the show. Effectively, this is the moment where your vote counts. Got 20 votes, 37 people in here, 17 people haven't voted. If you vote, the Breaking Bad's gone down. Breaking Bad is now 40%. So if some other people vote, there's a good chance that The Wire or Sopranos might actually win this. We got 30% The Wire, 40% Breaking Bad, and 30% The Sopranos. If anyone else votes for The Wire or The Sopranos, we might have a situation here. We've got a three-way tie. Might be 33, 33, 33. No, that won't work. That's Terrence Howard maths there. Might have a situation where Breaking Bad, which was completely winning, like by a land mile a minute ago, by a landslide a minute ago, is now kind of struggling to stay afloat. So guys, if anyone hasn't voted yet, jump in, vote. I'm going to leave it on the screen for a few more. I'm going to leave it in the poll for a few more. Another vote. Ooh, Sopranos went up to 33% and someone else voted and Breaking Bad has gone 41. I think someone's changing their votes. Someone's unvoting and voting, I think, because it keeps changing. So right now, The Wire's 27, Breaking Bad 41, Sopranos 32. I'm going to leave it there for a bit longer. And what I might do is just keep on with the show, and then we'll come back to it towards the end. In the meantime, Marcus, can you make the final poll to see if people have seen 1, 2, or 3, or none of the shows? Kenny, that would be a good idea, wouldn't it? That would be a good idea. Recount. Vitaphone, who do you think should win out of these three? Sopranos should win. Sopranos is not winning because on 22 votes, and it's right now sitting on second. I don't understand the love for any of these shows when all we know is cop rock and one of the most innovative and life-changing shows of all time. I still know the dance. White Noise, where are you from? Have I asked you that before? Where are you from? A legendary tie for second would be quite nice. Gaggable over here. I don't know what was the gaggable thing. The vote is being chopped. The Wire's splitting the vote. Yeah, isn't it? It is. So would you, Vitaphone, you're saying that we should, yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. But it doesn't matter, does it? Ultimately, it doesn't matter. If you voted for your favorite, then the favorite should be winning. But I do get what you're saying. If we took The Wire out and put Breaking Bad up against Sopranos, but you see the thing with The Wire and it's a tricky one. It's a tricky one. I don't know. I don't think it's going to work. I will try it, Vitaphone, but I don't think that's going to work. I think the people are speaking here. I think the people are saying Breaking Bad because I think if you've got three options there, and if your favorite show is Breaking Bad, then you would have voted for it. If your favorite show was The Sopranos, you would have voted for it. And if your favorite show was The Wire, you would have voted for it. So I don't think that's going to help particularly for either of those cases. I think the Breaking Bad's just going to win, isn't it? But I will do a last poll. I will do Breaking Bad versus Sopranos. I will do that. Then BB would win. It would win. I think it would still win. The Wire would have made up. Okay, we'll give it a try. No, you can't do that. The brutal bad boy. It's a bit like when Ronaldo was sick before the 1998 World Cup final, wasn't it? It's a little bit dodgy. It's a bit, yeah, 3 for the GOAT. I wish. It's like a third-party candidate in the presidential. I get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying, but my issue is that we're going to do it anyway, so it doesn't matter what my issue is. And Breaking Bad is definitely going to win this one because it seems like there's way more votes now, which is great. Thank you guys. If you just jumped in and you voted, thank you so much. We nearly got as many votes as we do have people watching. So you guys, again, huge love. If you've not voted yet, you just jumped in. Please do jump on the vote and vote for which TV show you think is better than which TV show. I'm dab smack in the middle of the US. I'm basically Kevin Bacon and Footloose out here. I've not seen Footloose. I've seen Dirty Dancing. I've not seen Footloose. The problem is, and this is why I try not to date too often or get into relationships, you tend to find yourself in situations you don't want to be in. So with my last girlfriend, she loved one of our first conversations was about movies, and she wasn't a huge movie fan, but she liked Dirty Dancing. So we watched Dirty Dancing, and it's the first time I've seen it, and it's okay. I mean, I wouldn't watch it by myself. It's okay, but I've not seen Footloose. But I got a feeling that I'm going to date someone who loves Footloose. And you know, guys and girls and everyone watching, when you like someone, male, female, dog, cat, whatever they are, you tend to do the things they want you to do if you give a shit. And then you end up watching Footloose. So I'm sure at some point I'm going to end up watching Footloose. And I dread the day. I dread the bloody day. Footloose is horrendous. Well, that's not a good endorsement of it. But Kevin Spacey, guys, after this, and I know Vitaphone's going to love this, after this, I'm going to do another poll in a second because more people are voting. After this, I want to talk about the Kevin Spacey interview. Has anyone seen this? The Kevin Spacey interview. It's with the dude. Let me Google this. I saw a little bit of it yesterday. I want to know if you guys find him disingenuous or genuous or... But who did he speak to the other day? Lex Friedman. Yes, Lex Friedman. It was incredible. He gave so many insights into how he got the role in Seven. He spoke about the allegations as well. I haven't seen the whole thing. I only saw segments, but has anyone else seen it? Because it was fucking amazing. I don't know if I liked what he said, but we'll talk about that in a bit. My ex would make me watch shitty Netflix. Oh my God, that's dumpable. That's dumpable. That's dumpable. Listen, the same girl who made me watch, she didn't make me, who wanted to watch Dirty Dancing, forgot my birthday in our first year of being together. Dumped her. And if anyone made me watch a Netflix shitty film, dumped. I understand Dirty Dancing. It's a classic movie, but no, come on. Vitaphone, we're going to talk about that in a minute. Because I think it was really interesting, that interview. Watch 9.5 Weeks instead. Perfect first date film. Lex Freeman, thank you, Cohen. It was a fantastic interview. I wish I watched the whole thing and then we could talk about it, but I didn't. I kind of agree with that. Whoa, who said that? Kevin, I kind of agree with that. I said it before. Some people have passed away. Some key witnesses have passed away. Lex is a potato. Oh, dear. Oh, dearie me. Now put B. Okay, all right. If you want me to do it, I'll do it. Okay, so it may not be any shock to anyone here. Breaking Bad won with 52%, and I think Vitaphone, I think that conclusively proves that Breaking Bad is going to win this poll. But I will do this poll right now. Breaking Bad. Oh shit! Who actually won that? Breaking Bad versus The Sopranos. Okay, I thought The Wire came second, and I was like, oh, that would have ruined Vitaphone's plan. Okay, Breaking Bad versus The Wire. Guys, if you're on here and you're enjoying yourselves, hit the like button. But also, if you're on here, when I put the poll up, please vote, because it helps us work out what the greatest TV show of all time is. We already worked out who the best actor is. It was Robert De Niro. We already worked out what the best movie. No, not the movie. We haven't done movie yet, I don't think. Have we done movie? Let me know. Best director is. It was Stanley Kubrick. I think we have done movie. But anyway, we've done a few polls and we've worked conclusively who is who and who is what. 13 votes already. You guys are amazing. 54% Breaking Bad. 46. It's going to be Breaking Bad, isn't it? It's going to win. Breaking Bad's going to win. Dirty Dancing is not. It's bad 80s teen content. Nothing. She didn't like it. We're divorced. Oh dear. Mayonnaise. No, Sopranos is the go. Not according to this poll. Jesus, you cooked that horse, didn't you? I don't know what you guys are talking about, but any talk of cooked horses gets me concerned. So I think based on these votes, Breaking Bad is going to absolutely crush The Sopranos. It's 60% right now. Guys, if you're in the chat, vote for which... Oh, it's gone... Okay, it's getting a bit closer now. It's getting a bit closer. 53%, 47%. 53%, 47%, 17 votes. Keep going. If we get to 30 votes, that'd be tremendous. And we can finally... it's 50-50%. It's 50-50. Maybe Vitaphone might get the result he's looking for here. I don't think so, but he might. They didn't have meth in Nation... Okay, Kevin Spacey. I'm going to leave this poll up while we talk about Kevin Spacey. So I think there's no argument in the world that this is one of the best actors that we've seen in the past 50 years. Let's talk about Usual Suspects. Let's talk about Glengarry Glen Ross. Let's talk about Seven, his amazing performance in Seven. Let's talk about American Beauty. Let's talk about what's he been in recently. Not much. House of Cards. He had a bit of a slump, I would say, but like those films alone and TV show are just behemoth. So one of the best actors got accused of SA by many people. He's been brought to court on many occasions and he's fought for his name and he's won and he's been cleared on all charges well, I'm not sure all charges, but he's been cleared on the major charges so far. So technically he's innocent. That's the law. He's innocent. Are we okay with him coming back into Hollywood and taking on... I mean, he's already doing films, but he's doing some very low-budget films. Are we okay with him taking on big roles again? Are we okay with him having a comeback? Are we okay with that? Are you guys okay with Kevin Spacey coming back into the public arena? I think... I don't know. I actually don't know. I think the man's been proven innocent. I think it's unfair for him not to come back into the arena. I'm going to put it that way. Let's put it that way. If you're looking at it from a legal standpoint, for sure, he should definitely come back into the arena. If you're looking at it from a talent standpoint, for sure, he should definitely come back into the arena. And I saw an interview with Guys Help Me Out, the guy who plays The Punisher. I saw an interview with him, and he was having a bit of a moan about Kevin Spacey and saying that on the set of Baby Driver, he was a bit of a bully and he's going around being mean to everyone and so forth and so forth. And I'm like, well, that's cool, but that's got nothing to do with the allegations. Like, there's so many actors who are mean on set. There's so many arenas, and like even in sport, like Michael Jordan, we saw the documentary. He was a bully behind the scenes as well. So, I mean, I don't particularly think anyone should be a bully, but at the same time, it's not against the law. So why should he have his career taken away from him? I don't understand that at all. And that's from a legal standpoint. From a moral standpoint, the allegations against him are very serious, and there's quite a few of them, but he's beat those allegations. So should Kevin Spacey have a bit of a comeback? And Kerwin, I used to have a podcast. I know everyone's got a podcast, but for my day job, we had a podcast last year, and we had a really interesting episode where we talked about people being cancelled and artists, or art versus a person's personal life. And I think people like Picasso and Roald Dahl and people like that were spoken about. Johnny Depp, for example, was spoken about as well. I'm kind of in an agreement with you that someone's personal life shouldn't affect their work, but then it should, shouldn't it? I mean, if you murdered someone, you probably shouldn't be making movies. Now, of course, that's a stupid example. I've gone to the extreme. But I think in this instance, if he was essaying fellow actors, then he shouldn't be in the industry. That, to me, makes sense. If someone is mean to their wife, or if a woman's mean to her husband, or if a woman's mean to her wife, whatever, should she be cascaded and not be in a film? No, not at all. It just depends on the level, the proximity of your behaviors. Because there's been so many bad things that have happened over the years. Like Johnny Depp's situation should not effectively have him cancelled. That is weird. I understand the allegations were very serious, and his partner at the time, was in the industry. So there is that. But I felt like that was a bit of a witch hunt. And I think it was a bit of a witch hunt both ways. I feel like there was a witch hunt against him initially by the UK press, and then by the UK courts, and then by the US courts, and by the US press. There was just a massive backlash against Johnny Depp for some reason, because when you're up here, there's only one place you're going to go, right? Which is down here. But then I feel like conversely, there was a massive backlash against Amber Heard as well, which felt unfair. Looking back on it now, it feels a bit unfair because she's eviscerated. Like, Johnny Depp's still doing films and stuff here and there. She is eviscerated. She's gone. She will never act in Hollywood ever again. That feels a bit unfair. Looking back at the time, I was like, oh, this is funny. This is really fun. I'm on Johnny Depp's side. Yay, Johnny Depp. Woohoo. And it was definitely a gender thing why I was on Johnny Depp's side, because I was thinking about it from a perspective of, if I was in his position, and my brother's been in that position where his wife accused him of physical abuse, and it wasn't true in the end, and the courts proved that it wasn't true. So I was kind of siding with Johnny Depp, because if I was in that situation, I wouldn't want to be just, cascaded and just thrown out by the wayside, and I want to clear my name. So I was definitely on his side. But having said that, the way she was treated post, 'cause let's face it, it was a fun court case, very fun, like 3-4 weeks of fun, but that's where the fun should stop. And I feel like she should be, I know she tried to ruin him and ruin his career, and she effectively has, but I don't think either of them should have had their careers ruined. I think it's a personal matter between the two of them, and they duked it out in the courts, and then we move on and both can do their acting. But maybe I'm in the minority there. Maybe I'm in the minority. What do you guys think? If you're not going to go to jail for it, then why should you be cancelled? She too. Oh, dear. There's so many bad persons, but great actors. What should we do about that? Mel Gibson got a second chance of the voicemails and the horrendous comments. DUI, yeah. Mel Gibson, this was a little bit before the Me Too movement. That's the only thing. If it was during the Me Too movement, he would have been cancelled and you would not hear about it. So that's the only thing with Mel Gibson. And he said some disgusting things. Like, honestly, his voicemail is fucking awful. And the things he said when he got arrested by the cops, it's just unacceptable. And he should be cancelled based on that. And based on the Me Too movement, he should be cancelled. But it didn't happen during the Me Too movement. She tried to ruin his life with malice and intent to manipulate a real movement. Totally agree with you, Vitaphone. Totally agree with you. She deserves everything she... But I don't agree. The reason I don't agree is because I don't think I'm trying to look at it from both sides. I don't think he should be cancelled, and he kind of is right now. But I don't think that she should be cancelled. I know she tried to get him cancelled. She very much tried to get him cancelled. I mean, her allegations, and I don't know if they're true or not, her allegations were wild. Absolutely wild. Like some of the worst allegations you can give against someone. But I don't know. I feel that conversation. I feel that a moment. I feel it should have been kept behind closed doors. And I know she didn't keep it behind closed doors. She actually went on the full offensive and tried to have him cancelled. So I get it. She basically she got karma, basically. So I can't argue with it. But at the same time, I want to argue with it because I don't like anyone's career just effectively just being ended unless it's R. Kelly. If it's R. Kelly, then, but even with R. Kelly, like, just think, I remember being like super young in the 90s and then reading in the newspaper that he married Aaliyah. And I was too young to understand what was going on, but I did know that she was like 15 and he was like 27. I knew that. I think he's a bit older than that. And I just thought, that's weird, but, you know, back then it was okay, I guess, because he got away with it. And then there was the allegation of the whole peeing incident, where he peed on a girl of an age that I'm not going to say on stream. And then people were laughing at, like, Dave Chappelle done skits about it. It was fun. It was like, it's R. Kelly. It's fine. And then suddenly, around about like 3-4 years ago, maybe a bit longer than that, it was suddenly like, oh my God, R. Kelly has done all these things. Yeah, but we knew about that 20 years ago. So why don't you deal with it then? You've allowed him to get away with so much. And in instances like that, I think we have to just say that person needs to get, well, he needs to go to jail, first and foremost. I don't actually know if the things he went to jail for were true. They seemed a bit convoluted, but I don't know. Is it wrong to say I don't give a shit? We can't know for sure if any of them did what they're accused of, and the American judicial system is just a joke. So acquittal doesn't mean a thing. Yeah, it's karma. Amber Heard tried to get Johnny cancelled and got cancelled herself. Yeah, totally. Mel Gibson is not on Team Hollywood, so they hate him. They do. That's true. But he's made a comeback. He's made films since then. He got nominated. His films got nominated for an Oscar. They're talking about him becoming Mad Max again. Like, he's had chances since then. A lot of chances. I get what you're saying. Honestly, Amber seems like a crazy woman, to put it bluntly. But how much is it her, and how much is it the media coming to Depp's rescue? Not only was she abusive, but then a slimy crook who then used useful to corrupt the movement. Yeah, she stole some money, didn't she? Well, she didn't steal it. She promised to give money to charity, and she didn't. Yeah, I'm fighting for my life. Everyone knew about R. Kelly and Harvey. Yeah, I didn't know about Harvey actually until he got arrested. I didn't know about that. I didn't even know about any rumors to do with Harvey. So yeah, I didn't know about that. But yeah, everyone knew about it and they were there. And the thing that really annoys me about Hollywood especially is they're so hypocritical. So they were there. There was people like Meryl Streep who were clapping when Roman Polanski won his Oscar. And then she's praising him for his getting her Oscars and getting other people Oscars. Everyone's saying, Harvey Weinstein, thank you so much. And then when he's finally done for, they're like, oh, he's terrible. This person's terrible. He's terrible. They knew about it before. They all knew about it. Or they at least suspected it. So I don't know. And then, of course, Diddy. I mean, Diddy was... I actually thought Diddy was guilty till proven innocent up until I saw the Cassie video. And then I was like, okay, well, I guess that's over. We also saw the court case. The media didn't spin anything for Depp. Hacksaw Ridge, insanely good film. Gibson is still a top-notch filmmaker. I want to talk about another film, actually, that I was thinking about today. So I watched Godzilla -1 today for the first time, and I'm going to do a review on that very shortly. I'm not going to say what I think about it just now. I'm going to leave that open to interpretation until you watch the review. But I was thinking about another film, and I was thinking about Japanese films in general, which are, when they're great, they're super great. And I was thinking about this Clint Eastwood film called Letters from Tujima, I think it's called. What a fucking film. So underrated. No one talks about that film at all. Incredible film. I think it's better than Godzilla. And that's not to say Godzilla wasn't good, but has anyone seen that? In the meantime, I'll talk about... I'll go back onto the subject I was talking about. What's your opinion on LA Confidential? LA Confidential is a tremendous film by Curtis Hanson. Kevin Spacey is brilliant in that film. I've never seen him play that kind of character before. So it was really, especially when I watched it, I was quite young. And what happens to him is quite shocking. So it was a really good film. I love this channel. No Diddy. He Diddy. Oh, that's it. Iojima. That's it. Iojima. Yeah. Amazing film. Rosita, good to have you back in. Maybe you've been here for the whole time, but I didn't hear from you for a while. Amazing film. Absolutely fucking amazing. Better than Godzilla. And again, I'm not putting shade on Godzilla. When Diddy wants to party, you got to tell him no. I saw a scene playing on TV and always wanted to get back into it. My friend, get back into it. You gave me a link the other day. I'm giving you a link back. Watch it. Letters from Tujima. Ijima won the Oscars for Best Movie. It didn't win the Oscar for Best Movie. It didn't. I would know. I know all about the Oscars. Actually, maybe it did. Because someone fact check that. I don't think that's true though. If I'm not mistaken, it didn't win the. Well, I think it got nominated, but it didn't win. I could be wrong. I think Eastwood might have won, or someone. I think someone won something, but I don't think it didn't win. It wouldn't have won. It's Japanese. It's a Japanese story, so it's not going to win. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. We have some news, folks, on stream. Please like the video and the poll. Sopranos and Breaking Bad. Yep, it's 50-50 right now and 24 votes. I would love if you guys would jump on and do your thing. I didn't mean it like that. I mean, Johnny is more beloved celebrity. Yeah, so oh God, it's a tricky one. I'm in agreement with a lot of you guys. Like Amber Heard, she effectively tried to get rid of Johnny Depp, didn't she? She effectively tried to ruin him. She brought up evidence that wasn't true based on the US trial. In the UK, by the way, she won the trial. Well, she didn't win the trial. Johnny Depp lost the trial against a newspaper. But that doesn't mean that she won the trial. It just means that Johnny Depp lost against a newspaper. But having said that, she did try to get him cancelled. Now, I'm not saying that what happened to her didn't happen. I don't know. None of us know. But what I am saying is I hate the fact that she's now cancelled and he is also kind of cancelled, but he has a route. I can see him coming back. I can see Johnny Depp coming back if he wants to. I don't think he wants to, but if he does want to come back, I can see him coming back. Amber Heard's not coming back. And I get it when you guys say that's karma. I do get it. But at the same time, if they're true, and I'm reticent to think that none of the allegations are true, I think Johnny Depp certainly did something to her. I don't know what he did, but I'm sure he did something to her. I'm reticent to say that she should be cancelled because I don't know the truth. Does that make sense? If I don't know the truth and some of the stuff she said could be true, then why should she be cancelled? And she's already been, I think her punishment was being humiliated worldwide. And she humiliated herself because her performance on the stand was shambolic. She was looking at the jury for the whole time. She'd done the whole thing about the bee. She was just being really stupid, if I'm being honest with you. She should have played, she would have won. If she actually didn't play to the audience, if she didn't do the bee thing, she tripped herself up on a few things as well. Her witnesses were awful. Just everything was terrible. If she didn't play, and I think it was a lawyer's fault, to be honest with you, but she didn't try and play that victim card so much by looking at the jury, and I think she would have won personally, but you know, I wasn't there, so I can't say. And this is why Kerwin said he doesn't give a shit about what people do in their personal lives. He just cares about what they do on screen or whatever. They make music, what they do on music and stuff. Like, for example, we recently had the fight between Drake and Kendrick Lamar. And I don't know if you guys know anything about that, but if you do, it would appear that Drake has done some stuff that is not very morally correct. But no one's going to cancel him. He's still going to have a career. He's still going to be top selling artist, so forth, so forth. And I think music, more than most things, unless you get arrested and put in jail, typically music, you get away with a lot. You get away with a lot. Even nowadays, you get away with a lot. Like Chris Brown, for example. I mean, come on. He got away with it. He's got away with a lot. Even recently, he's done some stuff. He's got away with that. So, yeah, maybe there should be a separation between the two, but I think it's very hard to say that. But anyway, what do you think of the Finnish action movie Sisu? I didn't like it. And I heard the hype behind it because Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker were banging on about it all last year, or I think beginning of last year. So I was like, okay, this could be good. This could be good. And I don't like it. I think it's rubbish. I think it's absolute rubbish. And no one's spoken about it since because it's rubbish. But you may think differently. She's cancelled because people don't want her to watch her anymore. Well, there is that. She's not a very good actress. There is that. He wasn't the husband she wanted, so she made up false allegations. The evidence in court showed she was full of it, and it wasn't her terrible performance. I think it was the terrible performance because ultimately the jury, sure, they're going to look at the evidence, but ultimately, and this is why they always say they try not to put the defendant on the stand because sometimes the defendant is not great on the stand and then they ruin the whole case. And definitely she ruined the whole case. Like her performance on the stand was shockingly bad from start to finish. She was terrible, absolutely terrible. And Johnny Depp was the complete opposite. He was charming and lovely and smiling and laughing with his counsel. And it was just a completely different atmosphere where she just had a stone face. And I understand why. Like if those allegations are true, then yeah, she should have a stone face, but we don't know the truth. So it's a hard one. It's a hard one. Sisu was a fun movie, generic action, but fun. Kenny did. He destroyed Drake. Like it got to the point where I was like, this isn't fun anymore. This is kind of worrying. You're right, Marcus. I found it pretty average. It was so average. My God. I just joined. Nebennek. Is the beer going to be ranked? It didn't make it. It's not finished. So we're only doing shows that have finished effectively. But Nebennek, first of all, hi, where are you from? Secondly, if you could vote in the poll, we've got 28 votes here, guys. The Sopranos is winning. And I don't want it to win, so I'm joking. Vita fan, I'm joking. Kevin Spacey would have won the Oscar for that case for real. Oh, rather has the right. Sisu is not cinema, just fun. 5.5, yeah, that's about right. I'd give it a 5 personally. Are you saying American courts are a popularity contest? No, not at all. But so the reason why they put you on the stand is not so that you can correlate with the evidence, although kind of it is that, but it's also to see if they believe you as a person, which is why they have the pre-selection for the jury, especially in America. I don't think they do that over here. Maybe they do it over here, but in America they especially have that because, say for example, you're a woman and you're black or whatever you are, they want to create a jury that fits to what you want because the jury ultimately are going on. They shouldn't do this, but it's human nature. You go on character and you go on evidence at the same time. If the evidence is absolutely conclusive, then sure, you go on the evidence. But in cases like that, where it's he said this, she said that, and there's no conclusive evidence, then you're really going on character. And that's why she absolutely tanked. Sisu 6, maybe 5.5. Sopranos winning. So Sopranos is winning. I'm going to let it get to 30 votes, guys. When it gets to, that means 2 more votes. When it gets to 30 votes, then we are done. We are done. We are absolutely done. Gegabull. 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 But yeah, again, so to talk about people getting cancelled and to kind of wrap that conversation up, Cohen, I want to agree with you, and I think I do agree with you because you kind of at the end said that if the person's not in jail or whatever, then yeah. But I don't know. I mean, it's tricky. It's tricky. We don't live in those times, unfortunately. We live in times where, and it probably will change. It is changing slowly, but we're living in times where your accuser is the winner from the beginning, and you could be accused of anything, and then your career could be in the toilet, in the shitter, which I don't agree with. I don't agree with that. That is awful. But I do think there's instances where maybe you've not gone to jail, but you've done something, and you shouldn't be cancelled, but people should definitely look at you different. Like, for example, go back to the R. Kelly thing. He married Aaliyah when she was 15. He brought her to another state to marry her when she was 15. And that means, I mean, you don't just marry someone out of the blue. That means he was with her when she was like 13, 14. At that point, his career should be over. I don't give a shit. I mean, he made so many great tracks, but I think I prefer him getting cancelled, or I don't want to use the word cancelled, it's such a buzzword. Him having his career questioned at least than him being allowed to marry a 14, 15-year-old. That's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. That's game over for me. It's antithetical to Americans' entire legal premise, innocent until proven guilty. Love it, Vitaphone. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Is it too early to cancel Tom Hardy for Venom 3? Jerry Lee Lewis did the same. They all did. Elvis Presley done the same. Who else did the same? There was, what's his name? Oh God, I forgot his name. But yeah, they've all done the same, especially back in the 60s. I mean, Elvis, it's universally celebrated. I mean, the Elvis film is ridiculous. I love the opening hour of the film, especially when they introduce Elvis and you've got like the stage like shaking and the girls going crazy. Love that. Brilliant filmmaking from Baz Luhrmann. But the rest of the film kind of exonerates him for marrying this young girl. And I can't have it. And also kind of allow him to get away with stealing black music, which not cool. They don't really address it at all. Elvis groomed his wife. Yeah, they did. Yep. So I've spoken about that a few times, NL, about Polanski and the interview that I saw him where of him in the 80s when he's just like casual drinking wine. Yeah, they love me. Young girls love me. I love young girls. It's fine. I probably should caveat that by saying that was Roman Polanski, not me. I can't be having that. I don't care how good a filmmaker you are. And that's in that case, Cohen, he didn't go to jail. And I want in a situation like that, I have to separate the two. I have to bring the two together. I can't now watch his films knowing that. With the allegations from before, when it was just allegations, I was like, okay, maybe it didn't happen. But when he came out and said, yeah, I did it, and it was consensual, I'm done at that point. So that's where I feel the argument that they should be allowed to do whatever they want kind of falls flat for me. Craig, 130 votes. Oh my God. 130 votes, and it's 50-50. 50-50 on 30 votes, guys. Incredible. I want another vote, obviously. There's also Woody Allen. So Woody Allen's a bit different. I just want to caveat this by saying Woody Allen's very different. So Woody Allen, first of all, this is an instance where I'm a bit more on the fence because I get it. Woody Allen, okay, first of all, that wasn't his daughter. It's still wrong. It's still not morally. It's a tricky one. It's still morally wrong. That was his wife's daughter, adopted daughter. And I have no idea about how old she was when he met her or anything like that. So I can't speak on that. I'm sure someone's got the facts on that. So maybe they can put it in the chat. But it's a bit different. I don't want to defend him too much. It's a bit different. It's just a little bit different. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to go too far on that. I don't know the technicals behind it too much. I do know that it was his stepdaughter from her previous marriage or whatever. And then he married her. But that's it. I know there's other allegations, but yeah. Kevin, hello. How you doing, Kevin? Good to have you in here. We've done nearly a 4-hour stream, which is crazy. Let me log into my second account. Breaking Bad, after getting beat. Sopranos was winning about 5 minutes ago. Breaking Bad is now winning. Do we have a winner? I think maybe I should announce a winner. He was married to Mia. He wasn't married to Mia, nor they ever lived together. Mia Farrow. Were they not married? Interesting. Woody Allen not only adopted kids, but he slept with them all. I don't think that's true. Don't think that's true. We have to be careful. We shouldn't say things like that. I don't think that's true. In fact, I know it's not true. Yeah, it wasn't his daughter. It wasn't his daughter. Woody Allen wasn't worse. It wasn't worse. It was weird, for sure. It was weird, but it wasn't worse. Just want to say that. It was definitely weird. It wasn't illegal, and it wasn't worse. I personally wouldn't do it, but yeah. Jesus Christ. Okay, he wasn't married to her. Okay, I thought he was married to her. Ah, okay, cool. Would you rather watch a tree grow or a knee grow? That's very funny, Kevin. Very, very funny. The answer is I'd rather watch a tree grow because trees are pretty. Kevin, where are you from, mate? It's an interesting joke. Where are you from? Talk to me. Talk to me. I like to talk to people who come onto streams and make crazy things rather than having a go at you, which is just obvious. Talk to me. Where are you from? What do you do? What do you do? What job do you do? And how old are you? Let's have a conversation. What comeback, Skylar? 52 still for Breaking Bad. I think Breaking Bad's going to win. Sue Yi was in her 20s when Woody Allen began a relationship with her. Sue Yi was Mia's adopted daughter. Mia freaked out and accused Woody of, yep. Get that off the screen. Yep. So I thought so. It's nothing similar to anything else we've been talking about before. So, yeah. Even the other children of Mia Farrow accused her of being abusive. Sue was 21. Yeah, so it's weird. It's still weird. Like, I don't know how old he was. Probably 50 something. It's still a little bit weird. Again, I wouldn't do it, but it's not illegal and it's just weird. So it's nothing like what we were talking about before. Nothing at all. Let me tell you, I just voted once. So, guys, I think we have a winner. Let's go back to tier list. We've been talking about all sorts of things. We even had a bit of a troll come on. I don't know if Kevin's still there. If he is, speak, my friend. Speak. Right. So we got rid of The Wire before. I think that's sacrilege. I think The Wire's better than these two, but it's fine. And I think we are now at the end game. We're now at the end game. There we go. That is how that poll looks with 31 votes. The most voted for two things so far. Does that make sense? No, it doesn't. Most voted for poll so far. And Breaking Bad is goated. We have our winner. Love this. Absolutely love this. Let's do this. What we doing? How are we going to celebrate this, guys? So Breaking Bad is the winner. Sopranos is number 2. The Wire is number 3. Mad Men's number 4. And I think it was, who was it? Was it UNL who had your list of Rolling Stones most voted for, or top 100 TV shows ever? Can you let me know who was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? If you're still around, that would be amazing. Or anyone else who's on the Rolling Stone website right now and can tell me who got voted who. Come on, it's time to put the crown the most dangerous. Breaking Bad. Haven't seen Breaking Bad. Looks like I'm Rititas. Come on. What's happening here? You need to get on to Breaking Bad. Come on. What's happening? Why would that be a thing in this universe? That shouldn't happen. I'm going to go and watch Mad Men. Mad Men's wonderful. Be cautious, though. I don't want to use the term slow burn. I don't want to use that term because it makes it sound like it's not good, but it is a slow burn. It's a very slow burn. You will get into it though. You will get in if you enjoy the mise en scène, and if you enjoy John Hamm as Donald Draper, and if you enjoy a bit of misogyny, 60s misogyny or 50s misogyny, then you will enjoy it because it has really smart commentary on misogyny of that age. And this is the best way to point out when things are bad, when things are. It's a bit like that person we had on before, Kevin, who had that terrible comment that he come up with. When things are so obviously bad, like for example, right now with the Acolyte, they're trying to push their politics into the show, or just in general, Disney are trying to push politics. That's not the way to do it. The best way to do it is to make fun of it, if that makes sense. Make fun of the people who are the bigots. You make fun of them. You take their point, you put it in the spotlight, you make fun of it, and you get satirical with it. And then people are like, that was so stupid that you thought that. That's so dumb. That's how you do it. You don't go the opposite and go, well, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. Because then the other person's going to go, no, you're wrong. And you go back and forth. You isolate the moment, you isolate the incident, you isolate the politics, and you go, put a spotlight on it and go, this is stupid. Let's make fun of it. And then you move forwards. So that's what Mad Men did fantastically well. Kenny, thank you very much. This was a great stream. You guys are the reason it's a great stream. You've been incredible. I've done nearly 4 hours. I'm probably going to go on for 3 more minutes, and then we're done. And guys, wow. I thank you, Vitaphone. 6, Seinfeld. Let me try and find the other ones. Let me go into this one. Okay. So 7th was Seinfeld, 6th was Seinfeld. The Wire was number 4. Vitaphone, I think I missed out on number 3 and number 2 and number 1. Don't know why. It's not here on the stream. But let me know what they were. Thank you, Bootle Bad Boy. I know you got a bit of smoke. People were like, oh, why are you doing this? Wait, thank you for sticking around. And guys, like I said to everyone many times, this is definitely not an echo chamber. If you have an opinion that's different to mine or someone else's, please voice it, but voice it without contempt and voice it with intelligence. And then we can have a conversation about it rather than shouting at each other, because that's just pointless. Sopranos, Simpson, then Breaking Bad was rolling. Sopranos, Simpson, then Breaking Bad. What the fuck? Really? White Noise, Big Love. That's me giving you a little spud. You get a car, you get a car, you get a car, you get a car, you get a car. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Great time. Love it. Love it. So formal. Thank you, Rositas. Big love to you. Yeah, I'm gonna go in about 2 minutes, guys. If you got any lasting questions, if you've got any more thoughts, let me know. We're gonna be back on Tuesday. We're gonna chop something else up. Ben, thank you so much. Gonna chop something else up. You know how you guys can give me the love? You can like the video. 39 likes, amazing. One more, and we got 40. One more, and we got 40 likes, which maybe is the highest. If you're watching, please. One more. Great night, Marcus. Always enjoy your comments. Thank you very much, Days. Big love to you. I love your picture here. What is this from? Is this from Dragon Ball Z? I've never watched it. JB, big love. One more vote. One more like, guys, and we got 40. Let's get this man to 40. That would be flipping Mendes. The Wire number 4, Simpsons. What are they talking about? Let's get this man to 40. White Noise, next video should be out soon. Maybe tomorrow evening. I think I'm going to release one about my Godzilla experience, which I found to be very interesting. Organized Chaos, come on back. Tuesday. You've commented so many times. I've loved your comments. Thank you so much. You've been amazing. Guys, I'm going to leave when we get to 40. Disappointing tier list. Rare Gaming, you just popped up in the middle of nowhere. Why is it disappointing? Let me know. What do you think? 40, I got it. Woohoo! Woohoo! It's my Simpsons impression in honor of Simpsons coming 3rd. Best TV show ever? What the fuck are they talking about? Sopranos #1. Taking a poo. I was. Okay. It's too much cheering. Shin Godzilla was better in my opinion. I've not seen that. Not seen that, but I heard of it. Right. That is officially 4 hours. That's officially 40 votes. You guys are flipping amazing. Thank you so very much. Remember, you said you would reply to someone about Paramount Star Trek. I did actually bring that up before. Speculation there it was. I did actually bring that up before. There we go. I don't know anything about Star Trek, so Vitaphone, if you want to drop in a comment, I can put it on screen, and then the speculationer can read it when they watch it back. If they do, I mean, who's going to watch a 4-hour stream? I'd love it if someone did. But yeah, guys, I think that's pretty much it. Unless Vitaphone's going to put in a comment about this Star Trek stuff that I know nothing about. You guys have been, as always, fantastic. You've hit the like button. You've helped us find what the best TV show of all time is. This has been the longest stream thus far. And so many of you stuck around, and so many of you have been here since day one. So huge love to you. Please subscribe to Vitaphone, who you've seen say so many amazing things. Please subscribe to Jay Pillon as well. Incredible, great help behind the scenes with the channel. And guys, this has been, as always, flipping fantastic. And we are pretty much out, I think. I think we're pretty much out. I like this, though. Captain Deadpool. Shin Godzilla is allegory for the tsunami of 2012. Love that. Brutal Bad Boy, big love. I don't think Vitaphone has got a comment about the Star Trek thing. So we out, guys. We out. Big love. And I will speak to you guys on Tuesday. Please watch the video tomorrow when it comes out. Let's push that video up. And yeah. See you around. Big love. Speak soon.